Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Roscoe.
Present.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember London. Councilmember McCormick.
Here.
Councilmember Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sardinius, lead us in the...
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With us this evening is Pastor Dennis Eastling with Key Biscayne Community Church.
Good afternoon. Let us pray together. Our gracious God, we want to acknowledge you. We would like to call you into this meeting. We ask, Father, that you would be honored with the things that are said and done, decisions that are made. I pray, Father, for wisdom for our mayor and for our leaders, for our village. And I ask, God, that you would give them discernment. I pray, Father, that you would bless each one individually. I pray that you would be with each person that is here to voice their opinions. I ask, God, that you would guide them, direct them, give them wisdom. I pray, Father, that all things that are done here today would ultimately bring honor to you. God, there's a lot of things on the agenda today, a lot of decisions and things that need to be said and done. And so we would be foolish not to seek you and seek your face during this critical time. Thank you for your love for us. Thank you for your goodness to us. Father, so many things that we have that sometimes we don't even recognize that we have that come from you. We want to say thank you. Bless this time. We pray in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Mr. Mayor, the first item is brief comments by council.
Seeing none, our village manager is feeling very sick today, so he's going to join us by Zoom. But he will be available if you have any questions for him here on the dais. And seeing no other comments, we'll proceed.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is public comments.
Okay. We got quite a few here, so please adhere to our rule. First speaker is Luis de la Cruz.
Luis de la Cruz, 640 Allendale Road. Thank you for letting me speak. So yesterday I went to a meeting of a group of concerned citizens for the Vision Board, the board that I was the first chairman of and that I was a member of until recently. I think we sunsetted in October. Okay. Hello? Can you hear? Okay. Sorry, I'll start over. Can you start over the? Yesterday I went to a meeting of concerned citizens here from the village of Key Biscayne with regards to the Vision Board, a group that I chaired at the beginning and that I was a member of through the date that we sunsetted in October. At that time, we had left we had a couple of meetings in order to finalize the vision plan itself, and there was a version of it that we went over and that we all of us suggested a significant number of changes to. Unfortunately, those changes didn't make it online, and because of that, a lot of people have been very concerned about the wording of the vision plan itself. So I went to the meeting yesterday, and I told, and a lot of you were there yesterday, and I said, hang on, because a new version should be online now. If it's not, it should be online within the next couple of days. Well, in fact, it was online before the meeting yesterday. So I urge all of you who are very interested in this to look at this new version and to see what in that new version makes sense and doesn't make sense. Everybody here is doing whatever we're doing for the love of and for the betterment of the village of Key Biscayne. That's our only interest here. And I spoke to Myra Lindsay earlier. Earlier before this meeting, and I offered that she's a lawyer. She can look at all of the, the wording and everything else on that vision plan. And if she has still some issues with it, or Mr. Gomez or anybody else who might have issues with it, to come to us, and that we will together figure out the best wording of the plan to go forward. I think the plan is a great thing. I think you couldn't have had a better group of people involved in it. I've said that before here, so I mean, I don't want to bore you with that, but I think that I'm pretty sure that all of you agree with that. And I just look forward to this plan going forward and us going to the next thing. So thank you for listening to me. I hope that you all take my advice and look at the plan yourself. Read it yourself. Don't take somebody else's word for what it says. Trust me, please read it yourself. It's in English. All of us here will be able to. We'll be able to.
Louis, you want to wrap up?
I'm sorry? 3 minutes. Oh, okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank Council, I've got a slight presentation on a check that we received. So can we take that out of order so that the gentleman can leave so that we can take care of that?
I think it's a good idea. The only other question that occurs to me similarly is Mr. Baker, if he's here.
Well, we can work around that one, but Steve, you want to set this up with Florida Inland Navigation? Yes. Hi, Mr.
Hey, everyone.
Mr. Crowley.
Got it. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I know you have a packed agenda with a lot of interest. My name is Spencer Crowley, 98 Southeast 7th Street for the record. I am the Miami-Dade County Commissioner to the Florida Inland Navigation District, and we are here tonight to present the village with a check for $75,000. This is a grant that the village applied for 2 years ago, and the proceeds were used to help fund a new law enforcement vessel, which I understand has already been acquired and is now in use. For those of you that don't know about the Florida Inland Navigation District, we're an independent special taxing district of the state. Our primary job, the reason we were created, was to manage the Intracoastal Waterway, which primarily consists of dredging around our ocean inlets to make sure that the channel is navigable all the way down the state. We also use our funds to provide local governments like Key Biscayne with grant funding for waterfront access projects. Anything we can do to get the public to the waterfront in order to use it in a safe and responsible manner, we try to foster. And so that's where our funding for law enforcement comes in. So thank you very much for having me tonight. And I have a check here to present to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me continue with the public comments, and we may have to do the same thing with a couple of other presentations. Everyone here is welcome to speak on this vision plan. It's not on the agenda, but it's just so that you know. Next speaker is Myra Lindsay.
Good evening, everyone. Myra Pena-Lindsay, 365 Westwood Drive. I'm here to thank you. I'm here to thank you for putting Resolution 8E on the agenda on preemption and the challenges we're having in Tallahassee. However, I would suggest that you take it off of the consent agenda because it needs a little more depth, it needs a little more instruction, and you all need a strategy. As you all know, we have a history of opposing preemption here in Key Biscayne because we are unique and we understand that state legislation sometimes creates a situation where one size does not fit all, especially a community the size of Key Biscayne. So please consider we're one road in and one road out, and our lobbyists may need more direction and a little bit to take the tone that we've taken in preemption issues such as gun regulations, red lights, rentals, temporary rentals, where we have aggressively pursued it. We've even sued. So please, it's your opportunity to protect our community and consider giving your resolution a little more teeth. Also, I want to thank the 2040 Vision Committee for their hard work. And I want to acknowledge that a couple of the members have been gracious enough to recognize that there's still more work to be done. The current proposal is deficient and has inconsistencies. And frankly, it's not a work product that should be ever adopted or implemented. So I appreciate that there is going to be more work to be done. I know Jeremy came to the meeting last night and he recognized that there were some challenges. He thinks he may have fixed some of them, but I think you guys need to slow down the process and be thoughtful about what is going on and the long-term effects it could have on our village. We do have a very special place. Do not get rid of the secret sauce that makes this a special place, a valuable place, and the place we all want to live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Ignacio Segurola.
Good evening, Council. Ignacio Segurola, 881 Ocean Drive, 18E. It's nice to see all of you again. Two things I wanted to talk to you about tonight. First, thank you very much, Councilmember London. To echo what Myra just said, item 80 on the agenda, I think it is good to have a resolution to deal with Tallahassee. However, I would say that it does not go far enough and it is too vague. Like Myra said, I ask you to take it off the consent agenda. I think that what it needs to say, in addition to what it already says, is first, it needs to address the specific threats to Key Biscayne by the House and Senate bills in the state legislature. Those are a direct, clear, and present danger to Key Biscayne. And number two, it also needs to direct the village lobbyists to spare no effort to fight those two bills and to find an exemption for Key Biscayne, because those could be damaging to the extreme. So I would ask those two changes to the proposed ordinance. With regard to the vision plan, as you heard, last night there was a meeting. Approximately 100 residents showed up. It was a very, very good debate. We discussed in detail the written word of the plan. As Myra said, there are a lot of problems. It is a direction that the village does not want to go to, in my opinion, and it needs a lot of work. During the meeting, we learned that a new vision plan had just been posted online that day. I haven't had the chance to read that new vision plan, but unless there are extensive, I'd even say severe rewrites, I don't think that it's going to cut the mustard either. But just want to let you know, there's a petition going around. I believe we already have over 100 signatures. More are being gathered constantly. The village does not want this vision plan, and I ask you to act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Francois Thrill-Win.
Françoise Dreuwin, 799 Croydon Boulevard. I did attend the meeting last night, and gladly so. I would just like to, I don't want to repeat what Mr. Segovia just said. Some bills have not yet passed in Tallahassee, and I think that anything right now is premature, is too early. So I would really urge all of you council members to put that vision plan on hold until we know what we are up against. And I did read it from page 1 to last. There are a number of inconsistencies and implications that the village needs to be made aware of. And I would suggest maybe a workshop or an open forum online for everyone who can't attend the meeting to please voice your opinion, ask questions, and the questions should be directed directly to the people with knowledge, not listening to rumors, not listening to, I heard, just talk directly to the people who know. Do not believe everything you read on Google. So just go to the source and do your homework. And again, I am in favor on putting this plan on hold as it was released, as a matter of fact, during the meeting last night. The last version, as there has been many versions. So myself would like to know, is the version that was sent yesterday the final version, or are we expecting revisions? Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Josie Valdez Hurtado.
Good evening. I'm Josie Valdez Hurtado, 600 Great Tree Drive, apartment 5DS, that's Mar Azul. I have been a resident and owner for 28 years. During the last few months, and certainly before the elections, there have been many attempts from concerned citizens to bring to the public the reality of what the Vision 2040 plan is all about. These individuals are highly educated, excellent researchers, experts in different related fields, and even former council members. Their sharing of factual information was met by the plan's promoters with name-calling and accusations of political maneuvering. That is when I decided to get involved. Now, more and more residents, even some that were part of the board, realize that the finalized version includes language that they did not hear, much less propose, during the discussions. Last night, during a public meeting, a board member openly acknowledged his limited understanding of terms used displayed on the screen for the presentation, such as starter rental apartments. I met with another board member that had not read the final contents, saw the renderings, and now finds them totally unacceptable. The vision plan does not include results of a traffic study. That enough would render any proposal of this magnitude unfeasible. Also last night, we were told by the zoning director that another updated version had been posted on the web on Sunday. Still, and while under revision, the plan was being sold to those who requested it from the village for $120. Will that be the final product? My question, following the lady's question, will that be the final product where language explicitly stating and eventually resulting in population growth will be totally deleted in order to regain the trust of the population that is well educated, extremely resilient, and therefore not easily fooled? Sadly, this is where we are. Instead of finding solutions to the chaos we face, moving around and entering and exiting the key, or addressing the entry blocks project, or lobbying in Tallahassee, the county, and the city, we are engaged in a war of words and political jargon. Based on public comments, all current members of the council were in favor of the vision plan that was to be presented back on January 17 for adoption and implementation. But none of those elected used any of the pro-development language included throughout the plan in their campaigns. We heard from them in debates, we read flyers, we saw posters. With the real vision of Key Biscayne, not a single statement that would in any way question who we are as a community and how we want to live. At this point, and more so as the information gets around, twisted definitions from the promoters of the plan are not enough to justify it to council for vote. The plan speaks for itself, and by now, I believe that no creative language, adaptation, deletion, addendum, or footnotes will make it a reflection of what Key Biscayne is and what its residents envision as a way of life. Thank you for listening.
Ed Sanchez, next speaker.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ed Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. I've been a resident of Key Biscayne since June 1960. I've come to request that you do not approve any variance on building and zoning unless it's a life or death issue. Ninguna varianza. None. Do not approve breaking any rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Ceci Sanchez.
Another old timer. I came in 1962. I was 14 years old, so figure out how
Excuse
old
me,
I am.
your name and address.
260 Cypress Drive, Cecile Sanchez. I know I come here and complain a lot. But a lot of what I complain is true. Please, please. I've come to the charrettes. I have the Vision 2020 from, I believe it was December. I've tried to get involved. I've come, just remember, when we incorporated because we liked our way of life. We wanted and we fought to keep that way of life, and we wanted a saying on our way of life. Now, has this changed and now only a few people are the ones to decide how we want to live now and in the future? Because I remember when we had actually Duani and his wife, DPC, come and other planners, they came, and the village council at the time did not choose them to come. Maybe we should have done it then, to be our master planner. But a lot of them came. We met at the church. We met at the Key Biscayne Hotel. Victor Dover was another one. And the village council decided on someone else. I heard what they said, but did they hear me? I'm tired of the traffic. I see monster houses. I'm a realtor, all right? But I live here, and I think our values, we don't have to. Our prices are not going to plummet because our zoning could be a little more modest, if you want to call it that. But we have all these houses. They're one next to the other. And then where are the trees? And that's my second question. So please, this vision plan, can we fix it up? I Do we need more residents in Key Biscayne? We're gonna get them anyway. You know that. And if one of those garden apartment buildings goes, what happens? Yes, you can make the building goes down, 10 apartments, but the 10 apartments that they're supposed to build, they're not gonna be the little Gettysburg and Williamsburg 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom apartments. You know how size, look at 101 Sunrise. So that is our community. It's
Wrap up.
changing. Please, regarding Tree City USA, I've tried over the years. Mayor Rasco, your time at that time. Please, Vista Parks. We don't take care of our trees. Now we're gonna get Tree City USA designation. Who is gonna be
Okay.
taking care of our trees? Please.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. I'm going to say it again. There is no action to be taken on the vision plan tonight, so you're welcome to continue to speak on the issue, but it's not on the agenda. Next speaker, Susanna Braun.
My name is Susana Braun. I live at 200 Galen Drive, Key Biscayne, Florida. I come to you today as I have been a Key Biscayne resident for more than 2 decades. Going through all the pages of the 2040 Vision Plan left me completely uneased. Is it really our key, our vision, or is the vision and the key of just a few? I have found many contradictions regarding density, which left me very uneased. I don't want an increase in density. We are already overpopulated, and there is a cap of what can be done in a 1.4 square mile island. Key Biscayne has become one of the densest municipalities per square footage in the state of Florida. I am all for quality of life by preserving and maintaining what we already have and addressing the issues that affect our quality of life, such as flooding, parking, excessive traffic within the island, getting off and into the island, all of these affecting our environment and our ecosystem. I don't want to lose our local businesses either, and therefore our business owners that are part of our day-to-day life. They have worked very hard to set, maintain, and are constantly investing in their businesses by remaking the commercial stripes. We must retain Key Biscayne's character and what made Key Biscayne, Key Biscayne. Key Biscayne does not resist more building and more density. With the 2040 Vision Plan, we are killing what we love most, our Key Biscayne Island. Please do not accept, do not adopt, and do not implement the Vision Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Lourdes Joffre Collette.
Thank you so much. I have nothing to add to what these good people have said here tonight. So I would like to
Ms.
yield my
Collette,
time to
Excuse me,
someone.
your name and address?
And what? I have to, oh, my address. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm new to this. I'm 430 Grand Bay Drive, Penthouse 1C. I have been in Key Biscayne for 38 years. And I would like to continue to have an island paradise and something that we can be proud of. I would also love to get rid of the traffic problems that we're facing right now. And I am concerned about the additions that could come with a 2040 plan. But I'm very open to listening to everybody, and that's why I was yielding my time, because I was learning a lot from everybody. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Staria Peterson.
My name is Staria Peterson. I live at 395 Caribbean Road. I agree with Myra Lindsay. I think this ought to be, the 2040 ought to be thought about a little more. It looks great when you look at it. It's very impressive, but it's really not practical because having more people on our key is, there's only one way on and one way off. Now, what if something happens in an emergency, a hurricane, or any other emergency? How are we going to get all these people off this one road? Once a few cars get stalled on the bridge or on the causeway, we're all going to be stuck here and we can't get off and the water's coming up. What's going to happen then? There is no other road. There's only one road on and off. And well, how are we going to get all these people that live in these new houses that don't have cars? They're supposed to be living there because they don't have transportation and so on. Then what are we going to do? Manufacture a couple of buses to get them off? That will be impossible. In any kind of a emergency, for example, I lived here when Donna came. Now, when Donna came, which was a hurricane in the 60s, a big barge ran into the bridge. This made the whole people, either you were stuck on one side or you were stuck on the other. And those of us that were stuck on the Key Biscayne side had no electricity, no food, no fresh water, and it was days before they could get one vehicle over because there was no bridge. So luckily we didn't die because the helicopters brought us fresh water and they were able to land on one place on the island, and those of us here had to walk either in water up to our chest or sometimes bicycles worked, but there were no cars that were running because the water was too high. So we went and got our little bucket of water so that we could survive until it took like 6 days for them to come and get us. All the food rotted in the stores and the restaurants, so they were kind enough to share what was going with the people that were here, so we had something to eat. But it was terrible. No medicine, no medical supplies for anybody. Now, it wasn't that bad because the helicopter came and brought the one load of water, and there weren't a couple thousand people here. There was only a few hundred. So they were able to take care of that. But that is something to start thinking about.
Okay.
Now, we all remember.
Can you wrap it up?
My 3 minutes are up?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I had so much more to say.
Thank you so much. Khalil Khoury.
Khalil Khoury, 478 Bay Lane. Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you. I'm one of the founders of Paddle. We operate the paddleboard rental concession in the Key Biscayne Beach Park and have thus far had a wonderful partnership with the village to date. To date, we have been able to serve over 1,500 residents and over 5,000 rides. We have also worked with the Fill-A-Bag and other village organizations to host cleanups and give back to the community, and overall have had a very positive feedback from our community. We would like to continue our partnership with the village and have the opportunity to extend our current agreement, which is expiring, which provides a 20% revenue share back to the village directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Oria Perez.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I wanted to
Excuse me, your name
propose,
and address, ma'am.
is it?
Your name
Oh,
and address.
Oria Perez, 575 Crandon Boulevard. I've been a tax-paying resident here in the Key for 23 years. 10 of those years it was an honor for me to be a village employee of the permit department. I wanted to express today my concern about the vision plan, the way it was worded yesterday, yesterday is pretty recent. I know there's a new version out there. I wanted to propose more seminars. I wanted to propose that the citizens of Key Biscayne be educated on the plan, because sending residents to a 200-page document full of legal terms and jargon is not the ideal way to inform the people. So I wanted to suggest that we have more seminars, classes, and I think if we have that, there will probably be less conflict and discrepancy, and that those seminars educating people be announced widely so that we can all learn about it. And the last point, I'm getting a little bit worried about the amount of variances, and I wish there would be more monitored. I understand that there are certain buildings that even have 7 variances, so I get a little bit antsy when I hear that. Why so many building and zoning codes if there are so many ways of getting around those codes? That alarms me a little bit. Thank you again for your time. Thank you.
Dorothy Devaney.
Joanne Pizzacani, 155.
No, I'm sorry. I called Dorothy Devaney.
Oh.
Good evening, council members. I'm delighted to be here tonight as an old timer. I question the logic
Excuse me,
of
your
some
name
of the
and address.
proposals.
Name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Dottie Devaney, 550 Harbor Drive. I question the logic in some of the proposals of the 2040 Vision Plan. At 1.3 square miles, our density is the greatest in Florida and the same as Chicago. When I moved here in 1968, there were about 5,000 residents at most. I'm lucky to have raised my family in paradise. However, now we are maxed out. We can't take any more buildings, and I'm asking you to reconsider the density. And thank you for all the work that you put into this.
Thank you very much. Ann Tainter.
Ann Tanner, 170 Ocean Lane Drive. I don't like the zoning and I don't like the vision, but I'm here to complain about something else. They planted a hedge on Ocean Lane Drive. It was the wrong hedge. It doesn't grow here. It looks horrible. It's half dead. And for what we spend on landscaping over here, somebody needs to do it and do it right. So if you're going to do it right the first time instead of replanting and redoing. Thank you.
Thank you.
How about that? We've come down.
George Mendia. All right, we'll put him aside. Kenneth Codal. Is he gone?
I'm his wife, so I'm standing in for him.
Okay.
Good evening, council members. My name is Katrina Gonzalez Cotto, and I live at 635 Harbor Drive. I'm here this evening regarding Resolution 10E on the agenda regarding Harbor Park and the establishing the park as both a public park and a public utility. And I would like to express my concerns about the future development of the site. So first, I would like to provide some background to the new council members about how this park came about, since you were not here in 2019 when the park was purchased. So my husband, Kenneth Cotto, and I were the owners of 599 Harbor Drive at the time. The property was not for sale, and we were approached by Steve Simon on behalf of the village in April of 2019, as the village was looking to expand green space in light of the large population density that we have. As multi-generational Key Biscayners with young children, we understood the importance of the village's need for more green space and ultimately agreed to sell our land to the village on the basis that it would become a public park in perpetuity. In addition, we were aware that there was an opportunity for a secondary use of the land for resiliency purposes, but the ultimate goal, and that was an added benefit, but the ultimate goal was a public park. At the time of the contract approval process, the village council also voted on and approved the terms of the land being used as a public park in perpetuity. But on the day of the closing, the contract was changed at the last minute by the village manager and attorney from public park to public purposes. At the time, we trusted that this change would have no impact on the role of the land. However, given what is on the agenda today, we are concerned that the change in the language puts a public utility on par, if not ahead of the public park purposes, which is not what we had agreed to. So I'm here to express my concern that as this project evolves, that we could see a loss of the green space that is currently there. And if you drive by, it is being used for its intent. Children are playing, people are working out, they're enjoying the green space that has been created. So we want to ensure that what is developed there in the future, as you consider the plans, you keep in mind the original vision and the original vision of what we agreed to and what the village council agreed to.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Fausto Gomez.
Fausto Gomez, 765 Cranston Boulevard, Penthouse 10. Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for calling me up. I'm here to talk about my concerns about the vision plan. It seems it's the dance of the veils. Last night, the community had a meeting, and in the middle of the meeting, let me thank Jeremy Gauger, who was here, who was the only representative of the village council who was present to listen to the citizens of this community. And he basically said, just online right now, it's gone live, there's a new version of the vision plan. So let me ask you a question. On January, you had a version of the vision plan on your agenda. It was, and if I recall, it was a resolution, I think an ordinance resolution, to accept it and implement it. So let's talk about rhetoric versus reality. Page 47 of what was in front of you, after all, you all said there's no density, said, and I quote, new construction will include large increases in square footage and height with closer proximity to adjacent streets and reduced setbacks. If that's not density, I don't know what is. Okay? Now, the other issue I'd like to talk about is the legislation in Tallahassee that will preempt our ability to control our land use, zoning, and looks to implement affordable and workforce housing on Key Biscayne. You all did the right thing. You all passed a resolution in December of last year, which is right here in front of me, to the county, and you said, and I quote, this is not feasible. Sorry. This is not feasible, currently impracticable due to the high value of vacant and redevelopment land. However, the resolution that you all passed unanimously also said, and I quote, pursuant to the village's master plan, the village will continue to review and implement affordable and workforce housing provisions if and when provisions become feasible. So the legislation we're talking about, Tallahassee, will make those provisions feasible. And the 2040 vision plan opens the door through redevelopment, increased density, so that Tallahassee will come in, preempt our land use and zoning regulations, and administratively approve without a view of the citizens and without any review by you to implement affordable and workforce housing. There's over $1 billion available for developers to come in. There's tax incentives available to come in. You know, if there has been no policy discussion about affordable housing in this community, I urge you to not accept the vision plan. I urge you to consider Councilmember London's resolution and direct the lobbying team to look for exemptions. That bill is going to pass. Let's look for exemptions to the bill. If not, there's going to be a policy direction that you all don't control. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gustavo Menendez.
Good evening, Gustavo Menendez, 260 Baton Wood Drive. I've been a resident and an owner for 26 years in Key Biscayne, and I support everything that has been said about the vision plan. So I wanted to bring another point to the table that I think might help for the future, and I think that's a consequence of what we have experienced. I've been participating in the vision board. I filled the 2 surveys online. I participated in 2 of the 3 workshops. They didn't let me in the 3rd one. And I also participated in the readout in the Village Green. So I participated as much as I could, but I have some doubts on how good representation of the entire community was in this process. So my proposal to you is to develop a complete new set of rules for boards in Key Biscayne, how they work, how they are filled with people, who are elected, how are they elected, when are they elected, the duration of the board, the mandate, exact mandate for each board, the rule for them to make participants participate, sorry for the duplication, and also if they are going to need some budget, how the budget is going to be approved and allocated for these boards. Additionally, and I think this is the most important part of the regulation, will be the transparent, non-discretionary selection of board members. I think it's not a question of, appointing people that are supporting one side or the other or the mayor. I think it's a question of full participation of the entire community. And that will require have all age groups. And I ask you, Mayor, when you were in the election process, there was a very good proposal from the students of Mass Academy about environment protection and recycling. Why they weren't part of this vision board at all? So all the age groups should be represented, all the types of residents, single family, condominiums, all the commercial players should be also included in these boards, all the educational and religious institutions should be part of this. And again, subject matter experts. I think subject matter experts should be there, because some points are very important, and we need people who knows what they are talking about. It's not about opinion, it's about knowledge. And then finally, I think something very important is the elimination of avoidance of any conflict of interest. I think we cannot have people in the board that have conflict of interest with the results of the report. I think that's extremely important. So the new regulation should include the ethics and the code of ethics and the conflict of interest, the prevention of the conflict of interest of all the members. I think that's extremely important to allow the validity of the report. Otherwise, you will be always subject to some suspicion that people were writing something that is in their favor, in their business favor. And finally, the inclusion of ad hoc residents that are coming from a registry of volunteers. There are plenty of volunteers that wanted to participate and they were not allowed. So I think we should allow for everybody to participate.
Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Deborah Chinfoni.
Hi, Village Council. Deborah Cianfoni, 285 Buttonwood Drive. I've been a Key Biscayne resident for 39 years, born and raised in Coconut Grove, familiar with Key Biscayne. I was a founding mother of the Key Biscayne Academy, The 7th and 8th grade were there, but then we've built to whatever it is now. However, my point is that I'm saddened to see how that was allowed to be passed through my eyes. I don't know what council ever approved that amount of density for that building. I'm afraid again that this is going to happen if this 2040 vision passes the way it is. We have got to understand, and those of us that have lived through hurricanes here, when you got to go, you have to go. You have to get out of here. 2 lanes. 2 lanes. Please, pay attention to what you're approving and not approving. We need for you to listen to us. We all deserve to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Schott, next speaker.
Thank you. Good evening. Eric Schott, 610 Fernwood. Thank you so much for all the time you give for us, and thank you to the commission members that created the vision plan for their time. I'm a little bit uncomfortable in front of a microphone, so bear with me. This morning, I downloaded the vision plan, okay? So hopefully this is the latest version. Thank you to Mario, Jorge, Matt, Luis, Robert, Sensei Robert, Lucia, and Tom for putting all this time for this vision plan. On page 61 of the vision plan, under the establish a resilient community hub, under the plazas and squares, the last bullet in there says school. So the way I read this thing is that we want to allow schools in this I'm not finding the word, in this multi-use site. So please, let's get rid of school within that same paragraph. On page 88, enhance the green and the civic network. It says school expansion concepts. Please, let's not expand any more of our schools. I believe that the biggest traffic problems that we have in Key Biscayne is because of the schools. There are so many students coming from outside of Key Biscayne, so many parents driving their kids to school. It's not working. We need to, this plan, we need to rethink it all. It is just wrong. And by the way, De La Cruz was saying yesterday, I didn't want that, I didn't want that. A lot of these things, there is a lot of holes in these things, so let's take care of it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Betty Conroy, next speaker.
Betty Sim Conroy, 785 Crandon. Yeah, I've lived here, I think, longer than anybody that's been up here since like 1963. So I am definitely an old timer. I hope that you all, first of all, hello, council. Some of the council members I really have not even met yet. I apologize, but we appreciate the work that you do. We know that you're trying very hard. But I hope tonight, when you heard so many people come up here and speak about the vision plan, I dearly hope that it made an impression on you, because this is very pent up. And part of the problem, as it was mentioned on January 17th at one of your regular council meetings, you had on the agenda, but buried, item 10D, a resolution to adopt, not only to adopt the vision plan, but to implement the vision plan. And I don't know if you have any idea that people out here had no idea what was in the vision plan. And this was the reason that a group of us thought, this is just plain wrong. You can't vote on something when the residents have no idea what's in the plan. And this is why we started these educational workshops. And our goal was not to tell anybody how they should think. Our goal was simply to present to them what was in the plan. We'd use the direct quotes from the plan so that they themselves, who are very intelligent people in Key Biscayne, could form their own opinions. And to be quite honest, we did your job, in a way, because to me, you should have been educating us. And to put a resolution out there to actually adopt such an important plan hurt me, truthfully. And I felt a real lack of transparency, what's happening here? So I hope the fact that so many people have spoken and so many people on Key Biscayne care very deeply. If any of you had come to the meeting last night, it was amazing. We had over 100 people. We had standing room only. They wanted to learn. They wanted to hear. They wanted to know what was going on, and nobody else had told them. And I think you heard many problems in the vision plan. I had heard that there was no increase in density. Well, you read the executive summary. Improve Fernwood Road by placing units on the east side which match the scale of the houses on the west side. No density? Come on. Clearly, that's density. More cars, more people, more houses. In the Enable Multi-Generation Living section, speaking really about La Esplanade, it could consist of senior assisted living quarters and or starter rental apartments. More people, that's all commercial now. So there it is. Those are the words of the plan, not my words. I really feel so strongly, it was mentioned early, and I agree with Mr. Sanchez. When we incorporated, we had a no variance policy. It had to be such an extreme situation before any variances were given. Over the 32 years since we've been incorporated, it's changed. It's changed dramatically. And I really wonder how many variances have been given. You can see it walking around the village. You can see the size of the homes. It's obvious.
You wanna wrap up?
I have my time, Joe.
No, you need to wrap up. Thank you.
Well, at any rate, as the plan stands right now, I would be completely opposed to this plan. I mean, if you ever are going to bring it back, it needs a lot of work. And I hope that all of you tonight are very impressed by the people here, the residents that care so much, and that they want nothing for the best, but they feel this vision plan does not represent them. It's not their vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Piscani, please. Joanne.
Joanne Piscani, 155 Ocean Lane Drive. Key Biscayne is a wonderful community. We can all agree to that. What's our community? It's this council in front of us. It's the manager, our lawyer, village attorney that represents us, the staff that works with all the council people, and the master planning group. Side by side, you hope, working and cooperating with each other to make our island, yours and mine, the best it can be. I don't care about Miami Beach. I care about Key Biscayne. Last night, I attended the meeting. It was very informative, but what excited me most was the participation of the residents. Just as tonight, seeing all these residents here interested in what's going on, what will affect their community, they are present. So that tells you a great deal. Now, I went home last night, got on the computer, and was looking to find out about the 2040 plan. I got something. I could see that a lot of hard work, effort, and time was put into this plan. And God help, and I say wonderful, the person had to type that all up because it is monumental. And I hope that all of you, gentlemen and Allison, will read it and know what's inside of it. You can't be like the Congress several years ago with Obamacare, and Nancy Pelosi said, vote on it, you could read it later. No, we don't want you to do that. We want you to read it, know what's in it. Now, I found something which was heartwarming to me, and I felt better because fear is one of the emotions that can affect you in so many ways. You can get blindsided from fear sometimes. So I'd like to quote and read directly from the plan. Village residents and council will determine the best solutions, timeframes, and priorities. The vision plan is not a mandatory regulatory instrument. It is a document intended to identify important issues and imagine, dream of possible solutions. All solutions, whether it's at home with the family problem or in a business or on the council, wherever, all solutions require study, hard work, effort, and interest. And I'm hoping all of you will make sure you do that as our representatives, because we voted for all of you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
And my last comment is this,
Yeah.
quoting still, it is a flexible, living document that can be revisited and supplemented over time. So I think as residents, we need to not be fearful that
Thank you.
we speak up, they listen,
Thank you.
and the right thing happens for the place we live and love.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I need to wrap up. We got lots to do here today. Steve Simon. And again, I'll repeat, this is not on the agenda, so it will not be discussed tonight. Thank you.
Steve Simon, 335 Harbor Lane. I'm here to address the zoning hearing resolution for Harbor Drive Park. The proposed resolution gives equal status to two main purposes as per our municipal code section 30-102, a public park and a public utility. Based upon the history, I hope to persuade the village council, attorney, and manager to revise the resolution such that public park is the main use and public utility is a secondary or accessory use. The council vote to acquire 571 and 599 Harbor Drive took place on October 15, 2019. And that approval was of 2 contracts, each containing language stating the land was to be used for public park purposes in perpetuity. Just prior to that vote, there was a discussion about how to fund the purchases. Council decided to use funds governed by the voluntary covenant in Resolution 2011-25, which restricted that $7 million donation from the Oceana developer to the Village Land Trust Fund, quote, to be used solely for the purpose of the village acquiring land for public recreation and open space purposes. Subsequently, just prior to closing on those contracts, I, along with the sellers, signed addenda to the contracts changing public park purposes to public purposes. To my knowledge, that revised language never came back before council. In February of 2022, for a local planning agency zoning hearing, the village manager's memo stated that these 2 properties were purchased by the village for the purposes of becoming a park. While the council deferred action that night, that hearing's purported goal was to have both parcels zoned GU for park use. No mention was made of another main use. For those who followed the proceedings in 2019, you know that I brought the village, including staff, into presenting the benefits of placing resiliency infrastructure in this park, and we learned of the projected associated cost savings. So aside from the language request of not making public utility a main use in tonight's resolution, what exactly concerns me? Approximately 6 months after closing in June of 2020, a time which precedes the current village manager, a well-developed design plan done in conjunction with an outside architectural firm and even a construction cost estimate was unveiled by the village. The public was told that we needed to accept Harbor Drive Park as Resiliency Park. That plan would have precluded any active uses and defined or limited passive uses. I'm told that we have 2,000 youth per year participating in our organized sports programs. They need lots of additional places to play both within the village and outside of it. A well-designed plan for Harbor Drive Park, according to the AECOM consultant at the July 2021 Stormwater Town Hall meeting, could accommodate active, passive, and resiliency needs. While I hope that I've persuaded you to revise the language of the resolution, an alternative to doing so during this meeting is to postpone action tonight, and especially for the 4 members of council who are new since 2019, to review the history that I've shared with you. In the meantime, after over 3 years of ownership, the village must have all of the design programming data pertaining to the public utility component. Why not first work with the residents through good old-fashioned civic engagement to then unveil various conceptual designs so the public can begin to understand how traditional active and passive park uses can include resiliency, that is public utility infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. All right, the last speaker is Daisy Diaz, and this will put us in a segue to our special presentations. Daisy here.
Hi, good evening. This is Daisy Diaz. I'm Daisy Diaz, 330 Palmwood Lane. I am speaking on a different subject, and I'd like to thank you to those who attended our Springfest Carnival celebrating our school's 70th anniversary. I think if I didn't know you before, I met you there, and many of you have your children or grandchildren or someone went, or you went there yourself. I believe that you witnessed firsthand how this school has remained the heart of our island community. Mr. Vice Mayor Kaplan gave us a wonderful speech. I am very grateful for the support from the village, police, and fire departments. I'm happy to see here this evening our school officer Nieves, who seems to have survived our field day. After 8 hours, he's also going through this, so my hat goes off. We also have a Lieutenant Safety Patrol member in our audience attending this evening to witness this historic recognition, recognition of our school. It's wonderful to have young children in the audience to see such a wonderful event, especially about their school. I believe that I speak on behalf of our KBK families when I express my gratitude for the exemplary leadership that our new administration has demonstrated together with Mr. B, who has been here before, and they are bringing the school on a bright future for the next 70 years. I thank you for taking the time to acknowledge and celebrate our school's milestone anniversary this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna take a 3-minute break, and then when we come back, we'll go to the special presentations and get that out, okay? Break for 3 minutes.
If it's gonna, I'll point it out to him.
Yeah.
That's the next thing they're queuing up is to attack.
Right.
Because I keep looking at the agenda,
right.
we don't have one.
Yeah. It's like you've had maybe a variance in 10 years. But that one.
I can't wait for that.
Yes.
You wanna, Mr. Mayor?
All right. Take your conversations outside, please. We're gonna go to the
Mr.
special presentations.
A proclamation, excuse me. A proclamation in recognition of the Key Biscayne K-8 Center's 70th anniversary, Mayor Roscoe.
Yes. The tab 1.
Yes, tab 1.
Yes, is Ms. Pina here? Come on up. Okay, and your assistant principal is
Yes,
here?
please.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go down here.
Should we all see her picture?
Yeah. Thank you very much for being here. On behalf of the council, we're going to give you a special proclamation, and it reads like this. Whereas the Key Biscayne K-8 Center will be celebrating its 70th anniversary this year. Whereas in 1952, Verna Knight, Key Biscayne K-8 Center's first principal, presided over a school composed of 6 wooden portable buildings on 4 acres donated by the Mackle brothers. And whereas over the years, Key Biscayne Elementary School has grown along with the students and families who moved to this island paradise, and the school has gone through many changes. Whereas in 1998, the school board voted in favor of expanding the elementary middle school, which became the K-8 Center. And whereas the Key Biscayne K-8 Center is an A-rated school designated by the Florida Department of Education. Now, therefore, I, Joe Rasco, Mayor of the Village of Key Biscayne, do hereby issue this proclamation of the recognition of Key Biscayne K-8 Center on the occasion of its 70th anniversary and recognizing its dedication to educating our youth on Key Biscayne and for enhancing the lives of all our Key Biscayne residents. Thank you very much. On behalf of our, let's take a picture up here with you.
Great, thank you.
You want to make some comments, please?
You can.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the Key Biscayne K-8 Center presentation given by Principal Julissa Pina.
Well, first of all, thank you so much. This is quite an honor. I'm very humbled and very proud to be here with Mr. Bonachero, Assistant Principal, as well as Ms. Ramenthal, our Assistant Principal. It is definitely, and I will say it because it's so cliche for here, it takes a village to run a school, and it starts with the administrative team and all the amazing teachers and parents, some of which are here today.
I would also like to recognize your PTA and its valuable membership, and they're part of our community. Thank you for
Thank you,
having
Mayor
them here
Roscoe. I was
also.
going to do that as well in my presentation. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. So speaking of the 70 years, this summer when we were coming together and I was became the honored principal of Key Biscayne K-8, we were deciding how we were going to run our theme for the school year. And very appropriately, because of the 70 years, we felt that the connection, because there was quite a connection here with the village and the school being a community school, that we should have our theme as staying connected 70 years strong. And that's what we've led all throughout the school year thus far. And that led us also to our amazing event on Saturday. And thank you all of you that were there with us. It meant a great deal. So moving forward, the vision and mission of the school has been the same. It's connecting the community and developing lifelong learners, and some of which have had gone through the school. I just met Ms. McCormick's son who has been through the school. I love to see the resolve and seeing that that vision is still in place. So it's definitely about nurturing, having a safe environment for our students, and connecting their social well-being, and absolutely becoming global learners. A little bit about us right now, a little different from 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago. Right now we are pre-K through 8th grade, 942 students, out of which 828 are our elementary school, and our middle school is 114. If we look at our demographics, we have 80% Hispanic, 19% white. ELL means our students with a language other than English as their first language, and that's mainly Spanish, and it's 30.6%. ESE is our students who have a disability, that's 5.4%, and 20% is our gifted population. And as Mayor Roscoe shared, we are a A-rated school, and it's been for over a decade, so we are very, very proud of that. And speaking of community and our outstanding PTA board that is with us here today, I have Mr. Nick Cardoso, Ms. Daisy Diaz, and Ms. Joanne Sardinas, and they are part of our board that works together with our volunteers and provides so much assistance to our
Can
students.
you please stand, please?
Please do. We also have two students in the audience if they would like to stand as well. Of course, our Key Biscayne Village, which is comprised of all of you. We have connections and partnerships with the University of Miami, Frost Museum, Biscayne Nature Center, just to name a few. They're a big part of our STEAM program as well. So when Mayor Roscoe contacted me for this, he said, how about if you tell us a little bit of what's happening and maybe what would be the future of the school? So in coming in as a new administrator, and Ms. Ramenthal also joining me new to the Key, and then Mr. Bonachero's experience of being here, we realized that there are many goals that will remain the same and others that we need to improve. And a lot of it goes with what was said here this evening, all the changes that have come to Key Biscayne. So to name a few of our goals, but most importantly, the ones that are at the top, improve our school culture and develop a strong relationship with our community. We are already doing that, and it is a wonderful feeling to have a community working with us so closely. Nurture our students' potential and create confident and motivated leaders. Incorporate social-emotional learning throughout our core subjects. Increase our student attendance and enrollment in kindergarten and middle school. Continue to implement our Cambridge International Program, as well as our Gold STEAM designation. I will share a little bit about that. Increase our reading, mathematics, social studies, science proficiency, and middle school acceleration, which comes with our 6th and 8th. And maintain, of course, our designated A school by the state of Florida. So speaking of STEAM, we are currently a bronze STEAM school. STEAM is where we connect science, technology, engineering, arts, and math We are on the path to acquiring silver to gold again. I'm very proud of it. We had a visit just last week, and it looks like we're definitely in the right path to that. So we are working diligently with our classrooms, our classroom teachers. We are working with our STEAM liaisons and a partnership with MDCPS, along with all of the other ones that visit our school, to create that. We also are a Cambridge International School. We are starting in the primary grades. It starts in kindergarten, age 5, all the way through our middle school grades. We are collaborating with the STEAM department in Cambridge to put that together so that we can have a pathway for next school year all the way through the middle years. So some of our enhancements, a lot of our parents have asked us for this, and we see the value in it. Sports, soccer, volleyball, lacrosse, basketball, to name a few. We have a robotics club, but we would like to enhance it. Chess, an environmental program, a music strings program, which is already in its development stage, drama club, and chorus. Also, our upper academy, if you notice, we have 114 students. There was one point historically where the school was almost at 300 middle school students, so this is something we definitely need to work on. So this year, along with our ESAC, we voted on an 8-period day instead of a 6-period day. What does that allow? It allows us to provide more offerings, particularly more electives, so it enhances the parents in staying in the 6 through 8 rather than going to a traditional middle school. We also have a wonderful law enforcement, as you know, that assists us, and thank you, Officer Nieves, because you're part of that, for being here today, and our MDCPS officer, Officer Fajardo, and we'd like to continue our wonderful safety patrol and extend it so that we can have a continuation of that through Police Explorers, and that's something we're looking into doing as well. Student Government Association and National Honor Society, Junior Honor Society, which we have in place, enhancing those programs. So what are the positive outcomes to being enrolled in our wonderful school? A community school to begin with, the learning experiences, the meaningful connections like the ones that we do throughout the village, social emotional learning, access to a regular and advanced curriculum, and availability to school personnel, teachers, administration, and mental health coordinators. We believe that moving forward, working as a team as we are doing already, we will bring more enrichment activities to the school. We will continue to connect with the community. And so far, through March, it's been a wonderful experience. So we're very happy to be here and honored that you have presented us with this proclamation for 70 years.
Well, thank you very much. Just to let you know, when the council held a strategic planning meeting earlier in the year, one of our goals is to improve our education system here on the island. And you are a very big part of that. And I think I can speak for all of us here that we are very supportive of this school, as we are also very supportive of MAST, and obviously we're very supportive of all our other private schools that are here. But it's an honor to be able to work with you, and I think that what we would like is to hear back from you and say, what projects can we collaborate with the village? We are already moving ahead with improving the field at the K-8 Center, and that's a top priority for all of us, and that's going to happen this year. But, you know, there may be other things that we need to collaborate with you, and, you know, sometimes I know it's difficult that you can't push for things within your bureaucracy, but this council can certainly push and have conversations with your esteemed school board group, and also with the superintendent. So we're here to help, and that's the message that we want you to take away tonight. And then please come back to us whenever you can. And give us, say, hey, I've thought about this, and working with the PTA and working with the rest of the folks to give us things that we can collaborate and help with.
Thank you so very much. And yes, we're very much looking forward to the improvements that are already in place. We've met already with Mr. Williamson, so we're looking forward to that. Thank you so much for this evening. This is quite an honor for us, and we will absolutely take it back to our school.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Ray Baker, for a very quick update on how our new library is coming along.
He's here. Oh, he's on there.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and Mr. Williamson, good to see you all again. So as you all, I know we have some new members there as well, but back in October, we completed, a long process working with your village council, the manager, and our residents, developing the conceptual design for the new library. And, right now, since that time, we've been working on the solicitation for the A&E firm that's going to be taking this the rest of the way home for the construction drawings and permitting, as well as the construction administration. That solicitation is now on the street, advertised, and we're expecting bids to come in by April 7th. The proposal will come in, and then we'll be working on the selection and award of that, followed by full construction drawings, and then we'll go into selection of a contractor. Timing-wise, I still expect it's going to require the rest of this year to get through the design and permitting, and then get the contractor selected, and then move into construction sometime in 2024. And things are progressing well, and that's the update that I have for now. And if anyone has any questions, happy to answer.
Can you quickly go back and say again when is design finished?
Right, so I believe it'll take the rest of the year to get through design and permitting. So that will be most of the rest of 2023.
Okay.
And yeah.
Any Mr. Moss, you have the floor.
Yes, Ray, how you doing? It's good to see you. Quick question. I know that last time we left off that there was going to be possibly a couple minor changes maybe to the design. They were going to update a couple of things. Has anything changed, and is there any way that we can just take a quick look at to see if it evolved a little bit? I know there are minor stuff, but I just wanted to see if they did anything.
Right, so with the site plan approval in October, we incorporated some of those additional documents that were provided, and they're not reflected yet in the conceptual plan, but once we get into the construction drawing phase, we'll begin to take a look at those and see if we can incorporate them into design.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Baker, thank you very much for your brief presentation, and we'll look forward to further updates as the year progresses. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all very much.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the agenda. Approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Okay, seeing. Okay.
You want
So,
to pull it?
Yeah. You want to pull it off?
But keep it on the agenda, but not in the consent agenda.
That's great.
okay. Okay, so on the other items, if there's no.
Mayor, I have two. I would like to see if we can defer 8A, the minutes. I would like to sit with Jocelyn just to go through it. There was a couple areas that I want to sit with her. So if we could just put that on to next meeting, I can sit with her and go through that.
Seeing no objections, that is, the minutes are deferred.
And I would also like to see if I can add a quick discussion item, since we talked about a lot of this today, is just to give you the status of the vision plan and where we are with it.
We will deal with that. Okay. Seeing that, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Mayor, if I would,
Yes.
if we could go ahead and defer 8B to April 4th, I would appreciate that.
Oh, yes. Okay. All right. There's some.
8D?
8B as in boy? Yeah.
I think it's the public access easement.
There's a couple little things that we need to clear up there, and okay, seeing no other, all those in favor of the consent agenda say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. let's go to the
Next.
ordinance.
Oh, okay.
Did we skip something?
That was 8E.
We usually did the item that was pulled, 8E.
Yeah, but let's go to the ordinances. We need to,
Okay.
we need to complete those. We're behind time on that.
The next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, creating the Sustainability Advisory Board, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I'd like to make one quick discussion. Sorry.
Yes.
I don't know if we can do this, but we have this youth council that started. One of their biggest topics that they're interested is in sustainability, and I thought maybe it would be a good idea to have one of them represent and maybe sit on this board if we can, and kind of cycle through the youth council if possible.
Yeah, there's an issue because the ordinance reads it has to be
Well, go ahead.
somebody of a certain age or
For
how does
this,
that read?
For this particular ordinance?
Yes.
No.
No? Okay.
We don't have any limitations. I do believe there might be, I have to check about whether or not a person can sit on two boards at the same time. I think we might have addressed that.
Well, the
However,
youth
but
council
this
is not a
board,
right. Village board,
So then that's
yeah.
fine.
It's just an idea. If you guys
Yeah,
don't want to
that's
do
fine.
it, but I just thought it could be kind
That's
of
fine.
to have
I don't
it.
have any problem with you doing that. If you
Yeah, so we have in the, there's 7 members, maybe after the board meets the first time, they can discuss that and offer that as an ex officio so they can sit on there.
They could do that.
Okay.
If I could just make one
Yes.
suggestion, I wonder if we could have them maybe be like a special advisor or something. I don't like the idea of putting kids under the sunshine.
Yeah.
That I think that's fine. Well, an ex officio that they don't vote, then they would have
Perfect.
done. But do you want me to add that language to the ordinance? That's fine, or not?
No,
As
I don't.
amended, we'll
just-
pass it.
I don't think it has to be in the ordinance. I think
Okay.
it's just
Yeah,
as long as the
yeah.
mayor is okay with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm good. I'm good with that. And the other thing I wanted to clarify to make sure that the ordinance also applies to resiliency projects. I mean, we're going to do quite a bit of work over the next couple of years. So, and something that occurred to me, like the filters, would have been a good one, where a group like this could take a look at that before it got to us. Yes, Mr.
Thank you.
Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree 100% that I think we need to, when I read the item, I think that it's great that we have a sustainability committee because we want to sustain our community, but what does that mean? As we look toward in the future and we plan out our resiliency and we plan the respective components that are going to keep our community sustainable, I would love to see a compass, a direction that this committee is moving to, because a lot of stuff can pop up. People want to do this, they want to do composting, they want to put, everything's a great idea, and I'm not against composting at all. I'm just saying that I think everything's a great idea as long as and certainly trust the staff and the administration to keep this going in the proper direction. I do believe the resiliency needs to be in there, and I do think that to a point we need to have folks that have an understanding of what these components are. That's what I would recommend.
All right. Mr. Attorney, can you?
Yes, so is the idea just to add the word resiliency into section 5 and underneath the jurisdiction? Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I don't know if that can be actually put on or not, but to the point that it follows, what I would hate to see is just a lot of ideas being thrown out or a lot of, I guess it's more of a management of the committee than anything else, but from my lessons learned, these committees can just take off into different directions, and I would love to keep it focused, and I'm not sure how.
Okay. Mr. Moss?
No, I'll just say that it's a great idea, and I think it's us as council. These are advising to us as council, so we should give them direction, saying, "Hey, we want, a plan put together first, and with direction and goals and objectives that we want,
Yes.
and let them work on that." And
Let's not let it loose. That's the only.
yeah, you don't want to change the name to Sustainability and Resiliency Advisory Board, or you just want to put it in the language?
I just want to put it in the language.
Okay, all right.
Consensus of council.
So I'll write in making recommendations regarding the goals, criteria, strategies, and maybe say with respect to resiliency measures or something like that.
Yes.
and then they'll bring back to you, one other change that was made at the request at the last meeting by the mayor and approved by the council was that they need to report every year, right? Which is pursuant to our code anyways. So you'll see feedback on that measure.
On a yearly basis?
Yes. That
We
they
can
have to come
request
back.
more.
You can
Yeah,
request
yeah,
more.
we'll
Yeah.
request
Or less. I mean,
Yeah. It says unless otherwise determined by the council, so you could make them come sooner. So I'll add that into 5, section
And I think
5.
that maybe Mr. Vasquez could be a good liaison to this committee, so.
Be happy to do that.
Okay, any other discussion on the item?
We just need a public hearing on
Public hearing,
second reading.
please.
Yep.
Public hearing is now open on the establishment of the Sustainability Board. Seeing no one come forward, public hearing is now closed.
Do we have to check with the phone, see when there's a phone in?
No.
No? Good.
No.
Okay.
We don't. Thank you. Go ahead.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember Linden.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading.
Thank you.
The next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Section 30-199, legal nonconforming signs of Chapter 30 of the Village Code of Ordinances relating to the continuation, reconstruction, and alteration of legal nonconforming monument signs in the multifamily and planned unit development zoning districts, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
I have been moved and second. It is properly before us. I open the public hearing on this ordinance. Seeing no one come forward, public hearing is now closed. We are on 9B. Any other consideration? Yes, Mr. Kaplan.
I'd like to suggest that we get an informational report on the identification of the legal nonconforming monument signs, so we know what they are.
Okay, as part of.
Not as part of the ordinance.
Okay, so after the fact, okay.
I recall during one of our earlier discussions on this topic, a few signs kind of crept in after our last ordinance, which sunsetted all of these, which we've now superseded. But a status report on what exists and what's deemed to be legally nonconforming seems to be a good idea.
All right, I think everyone's good with that. Mr. Jeremy, can you bring that back at the next meeting? All right, you're good.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
Okay, everybody,
He just said that he said they'll bring it back.
thank you, Steve. All right. Go ahead.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading. The next item is, is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 30 zoning and land development regulations of the Village Code of Ordinances, creating Section 30-42, development incentives for stormwater management, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second?
Second.
Move to second that the ordinance is before us. Mr. London.
It calls for 30% or 1,000 feet. The standard lot 7,500 with the .47 FAR gives you 10, at 30% would give you 1,056. So it really makes the 30% meaningless for most lots. Anything bigger than that, it's also really, you're saying 1,000 feet. So on the last page, where it says single-family, two-family residence, I like to strike out 1,000 feet, just 30%. And that way it takes care of all size lots.
So I believe our goal with that was to keep it limited.
We brought the last discussion, I brought up, that doesn't make sense when you have one size lot's 15,000 feet and one is 7,000. 500 feet to say the same 1,000, because they throw everything disproportionate. So
Yeah,
to make it equal to everybody, it should be 30% like you have there. So you just strike out 1,000 feet, it's just 30%.
So my intention and impression was that we might end up with really substantial additional square footage at that level, which wasn't our intent, and wasn't something that was necessary based on our very limited, to be fair, interactions with homeowners that we were discussing the requirement for easements with.
So how many homeowners did you discuss it with?
So far, 2, but to be fair, if we need these on 20, that would probably be a lot. So the fact that we've, 2 is a significant portion of what we ultimately expect.
But if you want to give
to need.
people an incentive, give them a good incentive. Basically, the bigger lots, the setback further, proportionally, it's no bigger.
So it's a fair point. As I say, in our limited experience thus far, that additional limited square footage was sufficient. So,
Ed, let me get
Moss.
Mr. Moss,
Councilman Moss.
Mr. Moss, and then Mr. Vasquez.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that you've already done negotiations.
First, can you? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you address Mr. London's request as part of your?
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with 1,000 square feet because you've already negotiated it with 2 lots, and it seemed to be sufficient for them. Second is that speaking with you, it seems like this really may only occur on waterfront properties where you're trying to get a pipe from street to water. When do you see that it would be in a smaller property, like an internal 7,500 square foot? I can't imagine how that would.
That might be a better question for our public works director, because this really is about typically stormwater infrastructure. But I could certainly imagine instances where if we have most of our infrastructures running on streets towards the bay, that there might be instances where we need cross connections as well. It would be something like that, though.
To go through to get to one street to the other street, or something that you have to cut through or whatever.
Speaking out of my depth, but yes.
Okay, and then I'm trying to think of what else Ed asked too. I think there was one point I was going to touch on, but I forgot what it was.
All right, let me take it to Mr. Vasquez, and we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a different perspective on this one. I just want to provide for council to think. I mean, this is a noble thought to try to get easements. Obviously, we're going to increase our drainage system. We want additional pipes. The question is, we're putting, again, the cart in front of the horse. We are thinking about point outfalls without understanding how the system's going to work. And I think it's a great idea to try to get land, but the fact of the matter is that you may not need an outfall at the location that you're negotiating, because your system's telling you to discharge somewhere else if you don't, it just gets a little bit more complex. And all I'm trying to provide is that perspective. I also don't think that we should also consider before, obviously we want to have this in place in case we need it, but we also want to try to avoid ourselves from discharging into the bay if at all possible. Remember, we have a bay that is very delicate. We have issues, environmental issues. We want to try to minimize point discharges into the bay and, try to make sure that we don't pollute further the bay. So I think that although it's a great idea to have in place, I want staff and the administration to consider that as you move forward in the future into defining some of these points of discharge. That's all. Thank you.
Back to Mr. Moss.
Yes, finally remembered it. So very quickly, I just want to say I agree with Ed that, and I said it last time that I didn't know if these incentives went far enough for people to actually take them. But that being said, he's saying that he negotiated with 2, they accepted it. Why would we give more then? I think it's better to be restrictive. And if we're having problems, you can always bring it back. But I think that why give more if people are already willing to do it?
We were actually giving
1,000 square feet on the roof.
One at a time.
Yeah. They're not building it any more square footage.
View.
They're just taking the second floor,
Yeah.
the first floor, the third floor. So we're giving absolutely nothing. The density is not changing. The total square footage is not changing.
No.
It's just how an architect like you would have greater latitude in designing a home.
And they loved it, and they took it.
Fine, but those 2 people. Now, do we know from the storm sewer plan that we're going to have that we're only going to be 2 outfalls?
No. So, and in fact, I believe, again, the locations that where we're already talking about aren't directly related to the K-8. They're related to other projects which we're working, you know, sort of more.
So we might have 10 outfalls, and they might not.
No, we
keep
might have
those two
20,
lots.
we might have
So
30.
that's, you know,
So,
we're gonna keep
yeah.
come back each time.
Okay. Mr. Kaplan.
My inclination is that less is more in terms of the incentive, so long as it's adequate. I'd like to see whether it's adequate. So far, the empirical feedback is that it will be. As far as the result, I think it's a very substantial incentive as written. You get air-conditioned space that would not otherwise exist on an upper level. That's we have that in our home, and it's great. It's great to have it.
Is that it?
So I'd like to try this out, and if this doesn't work as intended or as necessary, we come back and we revisit it. But I think less is more, and I think this is adequate.
Right. So my point, going back to Mr. Vasquez's point, are you needing this now, or are you? And I know it's great to get it on the books and all that, but this really won't be accurate until we know more about the design that's coming.
So it's a bit of a
Mr. Mayor,
feedback.
if I could jump
loop,
in
though.
on this one.
Sure.
Yeah, so I mean, this is really trying to set the conditions to where we want to go. Jeremy's obviously thinking into the future about what we might need. Until we know the exact design of the stormwater infrastructure, we're not going to know exactly where we need this, these type of easements. But again, what he's trying to do is set some of these conditions so that we can look at this in the future. So I agree, and I think I heard Vice Mayor Kaplan say it. I mean, if it's not enough now, we can come back and look at it. But this gives us an opportunity now to start thinking about where we need it as we continue the designs of our infrastructure.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, but
Mr. Vasquez.
I would just caution, thank you, Mayor. I would just caution us to create it something that people are incentivized by and say, hey, I got an easement here I can offer you. Just let me build it a little higher. We may not need that easement. So again,
there is provision
thinking about,
in the language that says, you know, like the public works director basically has to sign off on it as something that is necessary, so that we're not just giving them away.
Everybody.
Yeah.
All right, that sounds good. And also, can
Not me.
can you, based on some discussion that we heard today, is there any density increase in this?
There is no density increase, although there could be, I think, you know, it does affect the massing of the building.
Lest we be accused of something.
No,
but
no
okay,
density
there's no
increase.
density.
I just want to make it clear, I mean, because we did this over the top for that purpose. The ordinance says, in no event shall the maximum floor area ratio exceed the limitations in section 30-100. That language is in both, similar language in 1 and 2 in the ordinance. That was on purpose to make it clear that we're, as Councilmember London said, we're moving floor area ratio around, square footage around, but we're not exceeding what is permitted today.
Perfect. All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the roll.
We need a public hearing.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Public hearing is now open. Your name and address for the record, please.
Robert Vernon, 475 Ridgewood Road.
Are you sure you're still living there?
Little deja vu here. I'm not sure, and this is no slight on anybody in the room tonight, that you know the ramification of this, because the two people that you talk to, I don't think personally that we should get ourselves in a position to negotiate an easement with a homeowner to build not bigger, not different, but he's still going to build that same size house, whether you leave it alone or add this 1,000-foot easement. The difference I see is going to be a block. It's got to be square now to be able to get those extra square, to keep that same square footage, especially on the small lots. It may not impact the 15,000-foot waterfront homes, but it's absolutely going to impact the 7,500 square foot homes if you need to a 1,000-foot easement on that piece. Because you're going to push that house, and maybe I'm wrong, Jeremy, I'm sure you'll tell me if I am. You're going to push that house off the 7.5-foot setback it has now, and you're going to have to go vertical and able to get that FAR that's required under the current code. So I think there's nothing I hated more when I sat up at the podium there deferring items. I mean, you're here to pass things and to get things done, but I really think you need to think about this and what the ramifications are going to be on that 7,500 square foot lot compared to the 15,000, the 7,800, the 8,200. We've got all different kinds of lot sizes and how that's going to play a part in putting this in. Is there anything that you could do to leave it at the 30% of where it's at now and still have the ability to negotiate that 1,000-foot easement if it's not part of the code?
Yeah. Well, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, the easement size isn't specified. And when we've been talking to design teams, we're looking at what size width they probably need, and it obviously varies depending on the pipe size. But everything from 7.5 feet of the existing setback was big enough for some elements of infrastructure. And ideally we would have, and we'll see how ideally works out in the future, but ideally we would have two easements side by side on the two properties and we could fit the entire thing in. A 15-foot easement, I think, covers up to pretty massive elements of infrastructure. So we expect most of these to be handled in existing setbacks.
Okay.
But
all right, Mr. Moss.
Well, I think what Buzz brought up is a good point, right? I think that on small lots it may be different than these larger lots on water, which might be much easier to decide on. What I was thinking is, why can't we limit this only to, I think the VE district is the one that are along the waters and not the VR district, which is the in-lots. I mean, could we do that for now and try to find another mechanism on these smaller lots that would, I can't really see these small lots having to really cut through. Maybe you might have to do it one time somewhere, but it seems like this is mostly geared for going out to the water, which is a waterfront, which is on a 12,000 square foot lot. That these are big houses. They can maneuver around. They're far off the street and from their neighbors. So, I don't know if that would hurt it, but if that would be a way of moving something so we have that ability and then start figuring out what we can do with the VR.
So I would, again, having talked to a public works director, Jake, there are definitely cases where we might want to cross connect. Particularly as the system becomes more complex and, you have multiple pump stations, for instance, like you might want to cross connect for backup. You might want to cross connect for evening out capacity, reasons I don't fully understand, admittedly. But I also think, we having flexibility to, for instance, go across a front yard setback where there is definitely substantial, but if we can cut a corner or something where we're avoiding a traffic circle, for instance. I think it's better to maintain flexibility at this point, if at all possible.
Well, I think what I'm trying to get to is that if this didn't pass tonight, then you would have no mechanism until we further find out one size fits all. Could this be something that could work with just those ones that are larger sites along the water, and we research more of how to deal with those conditions that you're talking about that might be a little bit different? What I'm asking is, would you be okay if we held on this and further studied it without having that mechanism, or pass one that has a mechanism just for the waterfront ones, which seem to be more important, and try to figure out these special conditions?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is some urgency with the waterfront because we have projects that are sort of ongoing, and we could come back and study interior lots more.
You would rather do that than to defer it and study the whole thing.
Correct.
More.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think.
that was
right.
what I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
Question? Ms. Allison over here.
Thank you. So just thinking, I like Brett's idea, and I think it's a good way to go to focus on the waterfront lots for now. And then perhaps maybe to put in the pot to stir around the idea of perhaps we try to write some kind of language where our goal is to stay within setbacks. And if that means that we have to try to find, adjoining properties, or because I think that the concern that Buzz had, if we had a very, very big easement on a small lot, what's going to end up being constructed there is probably not really what we want. So I'm good with taking Brett's suggestion and passing tonight for the waterfront homes and looking more at the interior.
Mr. Attorney, any comments on this at the moment?
No, I think we can accomplish what was suggested, as well as what Councilmember McCormick just suggested also. If we wanted to limit it to easements, we could do either, or both.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just quickly.
Yes, Mr.
There's
Vasquez.
There's two contexts on this one. One, which has to do with the zoning and the capacity that we have for space. The other one is the physical infrastructure. Please bear in mind, these are going to be huge pipes. These are not small pipes. We can't drain the island with a 24-inch. This is, I don't want to name size of pipes here, but they're going to be big. So we have to be, the idea is, what do we need them for? Is it just going to be to drain, they're going to be minimal. Less is more, right? They're going to be minimal spaces. What are we going to use them for? Are we going to use them to drain the entire island? Are we going to use a combination of? I think this speaks more to that. We're trying to habilitate space to discharge, to put infrastructure elements to discharge the island. But we also have to think to what extent we can actually use to drain through. Does that make sense what I'm saying? What size pipes we need to do that? And kind of speak more from that perspective. So people don't get scared, they're gonna have square homes, et cetera. I mean, we need to really say what we're gonna limit going out into the bay. The rest is gonna have to figure out in a different way, because we can't discharge the whole island through the bay. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? Just sure.
Okay.
No, and I
All
think
so
that's.
let's focus. Is you want your amendment?
Yeah.
Okay. Now can you clarify the amendment again?
Yes, it's on the last page, strike out 1,000 feet, 30%.
Okay.
That's in section 1.
Is there a motion to accept Ed's amendment?
I'm sorry.
It's Ed's original point, to strike out the 1,000 feet and leave it at 30%.
Yeah, it's in section 1.
That's the maximum you can go if you're.
Is
above
there
that.
a second to Mr. London's amendment?
A second.
Seconded. Okay. Discussion on the amendment.
I think I've made my point. And I think it gives Jeremy flexibility. And remember, he's talking about getting these easements. You're only going to get them from old homes that are going to be torn down or vacant lots. A guy that has a new house, he's not going to give you the easement for this. He might give you some other reason, but he's not going to give you for something that becomes meaningless to him because his house is built. And then you're going to find two houses that are going to be torn down and rebuilt. Jeremy still got on each side. Good luck.
Further discussion? Everybody okay with this? All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Okay, now, Mr. Moss, you have an amendment on this.
I'm sorry. May I have clarity? Councilmember London and
Who else?
Councilmember
Anyone else supported me?
Sardinius?
Mine's a nay.
I'm a no on this.
Mine's a nay on that one too.
Who was the other yay? Nobody.
Fernando.
No, you're talking about
The amendment.
the amendment itself.
Right.
The space that is
1,000
required.
square
30%.
feet.
Yeah.
You voted yes or no on
Yeah, I
it?
voted yes on that, yeah.
Yes.
You got it?
So did it fail or
Motion
pass?
fails. Councilmember Sardinius, I'm sorry. How did you?
Me.
Okay.
Okay, the motion fails.
All right. Mr. Moss, do you have an amendment to offer?
Yeah.
On the ordinance?
So my amendment would be, if we feel comfortable to do this, my motion would be or amendment of the motion to amend, to make this to waterfront properties only. I believe those are VE. I'm not 100% sure. I don't have it in front of me, but we could just call it
And
waterfront.
IR.
And
I
IR.
I would just call it
Waterfront properties.
Waterfront.
Waterfront properties only for this particular one, and we'll research
Okay.
the internal lots.
Lot sizes instead of just waterfront?
No, I think we're only concerned with waterfront. I mean, they're large. They're all pretty much large, but I think the idea is that that's your intent to get to the water.
Okay, so the amendment is to make a definitional change for waterfront.
Yes.
Only.
That's the urgent.
Do we have a second to
second.
the amendment?
I have one
Discussion.
When you come back, there will be a follow-up on this. When you come back, we're not touching setbacks. There's no setback relief.
No.
And I would like to ascertain the feasibility of building a peaked roof house in the smaller lot districts to see whether that's, whether one could feasibly take advantage of the incentive without building the box that Mayor Vernon went to, just was expressing.
Sloped roof. You're talking about sloped roof, right?
So as to obviate the need necessarily for it to be a sugar cube.
Yeah, okay.
No one, excuse me, okay? Joe, is there any reason that to be a box? We don't, we're not against.
Well, the idea
we're
is
not
to have
against
design flexibility. It's not.
Then we have design flexibility now. Yeah.
You're not understanding the thrust.
Okay.
Bob made a point about driving design to take advantage of the incentive. I don't think that is ordained. I think it is feasible not to have to do that. That's what I'd like you to.
Yeah, we can explore that.
Okay.
I think it is feasible.
All right, so the amendment's before us.
Okay.
Discussion on the amendment.
On the amendment, I think we're taking away some flexibility. As Fernando pointed out, everything's not going out in the bay. And if we can put these pipes and whatever else we're gonna do in some people's properties, why can't he have the flexibility to do that?
Okay. We have the amendment before us.
I just want one piece of clarification.
Yes.
So the first section deals with single family, two family. The second section deals with all other districts. The requirement that it be limited to waterfront property, you want that to apply to both.
Thank you. This is important because we have
Like,
a
for
provision in
example,
here
say
for
Villa
commercial
Harbor,
or GU.
multifamily on the water. Do you want it to apply to that district? I don't know offhand what zoning district that is. Or were your intention was for the limitation on waterfront to be for the single family?
I mean, I thought that this ordinance was only for single family.
No, we have provision in here.
So you can put
for-
1,000 square feet also.
No. There's a separate section
Ah.
2.
Commercial, 5%.
In the commercial,
is
5%.
0.05.
Oh, 0.05.
And again, it's another opportunity for a bonus. It's not an increase in FAR. It's
Yeah.
just a different avenue to get that.
Just where to
bonus.
put it. Yeah, you just
Yeah.
where to put it. They get a better view or something like that.
No, but it's just FAR. Like in the way our commercial districts are,
Where you
you
put
have a very
parking
low
underground.
base FAR that you're allowed, and then you get up to your maximum via a series of bonuses. This is just another
Bonus.
method to get there.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have.
And this doesn't change the height limitation.
No,
All right, one at a
no
time,
height
one at a
change,
time.
no overall square footage allowed change.
Yeah, it doesn't, you can't exceed the maximum. It's just a
No.
different bonus to achieve the same end.
The rest.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think flexibility is key here in everything that we do. Flexibility from a zoning standpoint, flexibility from a house standpoint. We don't know what we're going to have. And I think for us to really nail this down at this point, it's a little premature, but in my
All
opinion.
right, let me offer a compromise here. Mr. Moss, how about you withdraw the amendment and let's bring this back in a year. Let's look at it and see if we made the right choices. And it may be that nothing happens in a year, right? It's a possibility, right?
It's a possibility. I think we've got a couple in the pipeline though. That I think are.
Do we have any properties identified right now? You don't have to mention, but do we have any prospects out there? And how are they driving this? I mean, okay. So
Yeah, I think we have a couple that are
Can we
in process.
Can we have well, I'd like to have a better understanding of what we have there. I'm going as the engineering route here. I want to see how these things work and how they will fit. I mean, what you're talking about, really.
Yeah,
And how
well,
that
that's
correlates with
our
stormwater program. I'm a little bit concerned.
And I don't think we're going to know that for a while.
I know,
yet.
maybe, but if we can just have a more of a, I don't know, make a presentation, come up with some ideas don't let go of it if there's an opportunity there. I'm not suggesting
Right.
you let go, don't let, but let's just do it proactively. Let's talk about it. Let's work it out and let's see what we can do. We may not can't throw a 72-inch there, but maybe we'll be able to throw a 24-inch and negotiate something and some relief for a stormwater system. I think we need flexibility.
Okay. Mr. Moss,
It seems like there's not a lot of, this is not going to move forward. So I'll go ahead and rescind my amendment, and I'm okay with your deferral.
so when would it be good for us to review this so that we're sure we're on the right track?
Staff, what they think about
When he
that.
starts dealing with somebody.
6 months?
6 months. Yeah.
6 months?
But when's the stormwater master plan going to give you some ideas?
You're going to get 30% by May, so we're still not there.
We're
Yeah, I know,
going
we
to
can
be doing
start-
presentations on it though, beginning sooner.
Okay, but if you got some
So-
hot items, you should bring them back. I mean, we should
Yeah.
talk specifically about that. We should not just try to do a blanket.
Okay, does that work for everybody?
With one caveat, if you run into a brick wall, tell us.
Yeah, let us know. Don't
Come
worry.
back sooner, okay.
I'm sure they will.
Wait 10 minutes.
All right, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
This is for deferral, right?
Yes,
This is your motion to defer?
Oh, I thought
No, we're adopting it.
Yeah,
we're adopting it and coming back, okay.
With the caveats that it come back to us
okay.
if
So there's direction to the manager to bring it back within 1 year.
6 months.
6 months, or if there's a problem.
6 months, okay.
If it doesn't work.
This is
It's to adopt the ordinance as drafted
Yes.
with direction to the manager to bring back a report in 6 months.
Okay.
Or if there's a problem.
Or if there is a problem.
Yeah, definitely. We cannot afford not to lose opportunities. That's what I'm saying.
That's why we want to give the flexibility. Okay. So it is the ordinance without any amendments now. It's clear to the amendments. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Sardinius.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading. The next item is the first reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, comprehensively updating and amending Chapter 19 of the Village Code of Ordinances, Park Rules and Regulations, amending regulations relating to motorized vehicles, non-motorized vehicles, and equipment within village parks, amending enforcement and penalty regulations, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. The ordinance is properly before us. Do we need public hearing?
There is
No.
someone here who would like to
Okay.
speak on this.
Within your discretion.
And she has to pick up her child. She can't wait for the next public comments.
Okay.
Did she put a paper in?
Vanessa?
Yeah.
Oh, Vanessa, yes. We will open the public hearing.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for listening to me. I'm here today. I was here.
Name and address.
Sorry, Vanessa Sanzacedo, 103 East Enid Drive. I came here a year ago. In February, it was a year. My son was assaulted on my street, held at gunpoint, him and his friend. And I asked you back then to consider, additional safety for our village, things like additional police, lighting on our street and on different streets. And you listened and you did something, and I really appreciate it. Okay. Today, I'm here for the same reason, safety, but for a different reason. I have a friend. Her son was recently hit. He was on a scooter, e-scooter, and we're having this issue where every day people are driving and, these kids are coming out of nowhere and you have no way of anticipating their moves. And it's really not their fault. They're children. These e-bikes and e-scooters are being marketed as toys. They're actually not. They're bullets in a sense. They're just flying across. The example that I like to use is golf carts. You need a driver's license for a golf cart. There's obviously a lot of kids driving them without driver's licenses, but it's a large, vehicle coming your way. So, you're able to avoid it if it's, making a wrong move. And for the most part, these kids that are driving these golf carts underage are more or less trying to follow the rules. The ones that are going on these scooters are just like cutting across, and you're driving and, you're following traffic rules. And the perfect example is my son, who's now 16, and he does have a driver's license. And he tells me, I feel like I'm gonna kill someone every day, because there's just no way to actually, calculate what they're gonna do. And so it's become a danger to pedestrians, to drivers, to the kids themselves. And I feel like at this point, the only thing we can do is ban them. Our island is only a mile long. There's really no need for us to have these high-speed 30-mile-per-hour toys for like 10-year-olds. The reality is the kids that are 16 years old are not going to be driving them, because they're going to be driving their own cars. It's not cool for older kids to drive them. So, I mean, I'm telling you as a mother of like an elementary, middle school, and a high schooler, and I know what the deal is for all of these kids. So, it just becomes, it's a toy. It's a toy, and they drive it any which way. And the same way that my son, who is now 16 with a driver's license, had to spend a year at 15, driving with my husband and I, learning how to drive, going over the traffic rules. It's a process. And so a 10-year-old is not going to undergo that same process. And no matter how much training we give them, or we hold, a meeting where maybe one or two people show up or something, they're not actually going to understand traffic rules and how to, operate with vehicles and pedestrians. And it's just not feasible. And especially in such a small space that is so dense with so many people, it's an accident, a tragic accident waiting to happen. You can ruin that child's life, the family's life, your life. It's just, I feel like it's something that will eventually happen after the tragedy. The ban will happen after the tragedy. Let's not have that happen. Let's take action now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Public hearing is still open. Yes, come forward on this issue, obviously.
Of course.
Yes.
Yes, my name is Giancarlo Zanolini. I live at 199 Ocean Lane Drive. Just want to clarify, are we discussing allowing young children to use the scooters, or are we discussing eliminating the e-scooter totally? Like
No,
myself?
the discussion is to regulate the scooters, and that's what we're going to be talking about in a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Yes, good evening. It's Ed Vondell, 785 Crandon Boulevard. And I'm not an old timer here, just several months, but I came here because it's the island paradise, great place to live. And what I feel is it's kind of threatening to go even walk outside. You've heard this thousands of times. But I just wanted to comment also this evening regarding her comment about somebody's going to get killed. And it was kind of funny. I was coming from the airport just to get here, and you know how you have the lights to have pedestrians walk across safely. All the cars stopped just like they should have, but they were a little closer to the walk or the sidewalk or the crosswalk, and a lady probably in her 30s was coming across with her bicycle, human-powered bicycle, and there was probably a 10-year-old kid that didn't stop with those lights. He just zipped right through, and it was within feet of her getting hit. So I just I know you've heard of all the horror stories and the potential, but it is going to happen. Somebody is going to get seriously hurt if they haven't already. And I think the police chief has done a fabulous job so far. I've seen a reduction what's going on, but I just want to reiterate the fact. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for speaking on the issue. Yes. State your name and address for the record.
Maria Juliana Escallon, 160 Hampton Lane. So my son was almost killed. He's a miracle, honestly. And we started a petition. We have so far 800 signatures and I don't know how to do it to ban those e-bikes. Like, I would like to know if we can ban them, actually. And with these accidents, I understood that my son, who's 11 years, is not mature enough to have e-bikes or e-vehicles. Honestly, for us mothers, is super convenient because I thought he could go alone from 160 Hampton Lane to the community center, and that happened. That accident happened. So honestly, my son was the last warning before a death. So because he's a miracle. So I'm like asking you to ban those things, and we need exercise. The island was safer with bicycles. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further comments, public hearing is now closed. We are at 9D. Police Chief, can you come up and...
Mr. Mayor, before we start, if I could make a few comments.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that the public knows, and I know the council knows, that all we are talking about tonight is regulating motorized scooters and electronic bikes on Village Green or other park properties. Just want to make sure that's clear.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We're proposing, as we discussed last month and what's before you, is the first reading of the edits that we've worked with our village attorney to include in Chapter 19, specifically Section 19.5, and we included the penalties section to further define what the penalties are. Those are the changes that were made, other than some other basic language cleanup in Chapter 19, which is just adding the motorized scooters and electric bicycles, the specific wording. Although bicycles were added in there, we had that emergency hearing at the last council meeting, giving us the authority to enforce as we were making the edits with the village attorney. And now we're before you tonight to have a vote on the edits that we made to Chapter 19.
Thank you, Chief. Any discussion among council members? Brett first.
Let Councilmember London go first, and I'll go after him.
Councilmember
We
London.
have two 75 hours first violation. Then you have what, 175 the second one?
Yes, sir.
How about a third one?
So we kept these fines at this level when we started the edits because they don't exceed the state fine. And at the time, when we began this, we had language proposed to the state, and there was a lot of concern about exceeding the state fine. So that's why we kept it at
So
the
we can't go
75.
any higher.
Excuse me?
We can't go any higher.
You could go higher if you wanted to. When we began the edits, we elected not to do it because we were still trying to work with legislature to try to amend state law.
But we didn't do that.
Correct.
So at this point in time, I would suggest a third violation, $500, because basically they don't care.
Okay.
Otherwise, everything else is fine.
Just question.
That'll be my amendment. Anybody want to second my amendment?
I will second it.
Second.
Do we find anything at $500? Any code violations?
Yes, I believe we do. Give me 1 second.
I guess the question is, if 175 is not an issue, why would 500 be? And when is the ceiling? I mean, I don't,
Starts
again,
getting serious.
does
A lot
it?
of people.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not normal. Out going out for dinner.
And then, of course, subsequent violations are at the same level, unless you set a different level.
we just revoke the thing,
Brett, you want to weigh in?
and you just take that. That's okay. I mean, if you're giving them enough fines and they continue to, can you?
I would have to defer to the village attorney for that. I don't know if legally we have the ability to.
I'd have to look at that and see if we can do that. We can look at it and bring it back on second reading. As to the first point, we have several fines at $500 throughout the code, as well as sometimes there's subsequent violations, like Councilmember London's asking. Sometimes they're first violations. So
okay, thank you, Brett.
I have a lot to say, but let me start off with one question. My niece is 1 year old right now. So when she's 3 or 4 and we want to teach her how to ride a bike, this ordinance does not allow her to go into the village green and teach her how to ride the bike, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
No, I think it does allow you to go on a bicycle in Village Green.
No, I read it that it didn't, but
Well, why don't I take you, if you go into the pathways, if you look at section B of 19.5, it says that you cannot ride a bicycle except on regular vehicle roads, paved pathways, and trails that are designated for that purpose. So we reserve the right to be able to designate areas where you can do that.
My daughter learned to ride the bike on Village Green, so.
All right. So the second thing that I'm going to respond to what has already been said, and I understand there are issues with people who are licensed adults who have these types of vehicles, but in the end of the day, one of our number one priority up here as a council is public safety. I mean, that's one of our number one things that we can do up here at any time. And I think that, we had in front of us an ordinance to ban these, and then it was withdrawn. And I understood from you that it was withdrawn because there's a majority of council members who are not willing to move forward into second reading. But I can tell you that I agree that banning is always the last resort. I mean, this is the third time that something has come in front of us about banning something. The first two I was not for, and I voted against banning the fishing off of Mashta Bridge and lost against it. And luckily, the kite surfing, we've found some ways of, coexisting. People have reached out, and I have friends of mine who want to have these e-bikes. And I said, bring us a solution. Bring us a solution that is worthwhile, that I think can solve it. I don't think enforcement is going to solve this. It may help a little bit, but it's not going to solve the issue. I can tell you, I was at the school today at baseball, and I watched 3 bikes go by. 2 girls on one of them, both helmets on each side of the handlebars going down the street. Second one comes by, another girl has the helmet on the handlebar going down the street. And the last one is a father with the kid in the front. Neither of them have helmets. So we have to make tough decisions up here. And it's hard. And nobody wants to ban something. But I don't see how we're going to avoid a tragic accident coming here. And I'm going to tell you that I believe this is getting banned one way or another way. And we can either ban it before somebody is critically hurt or dead, or we can wait until somebody comes here crying that their kid had died or somebody got hit by one and died, and now please ban them, and you have a room full of people asking for it. And it's a tough decision, but I can't sleep at night thinking of doing it the second way and saying, well, let's just wait until something happens and then we'll make a difficult decision. I can't do that. I feel like everybody else feels here that it's something that's going to happen, and it makes me extremely worried. I can tell you this. These are not bicycles. They are motorcycles. They are a bicycle with a motor on it, which is called a motorcycle. And that's what they are. They're disguised as bicycles. One thing that bicycles, and the difference between the two, is that these things weigh 75 pounds. They have instant acceleration. You can maintain a speed at 20 or even 28 miles an hour with nothing. And that is showing that people are now being distracted. Helmets are not important to, and I have to say, there are responsible kids out there. But there's a huge amount that just don't care. And it's going to lead to something very, very bad. So I feel that we're dragging our feet. We're trying to make up all these rules. Let's ban them from just this place, but let's do enforcement over here. At 11 o'clock at night, I see the police officers pulling over 3 11-year-olds on the side with their lights on. I'm like, this is crazy. I mean, we live in a 1 square mile. We don't have hills. We don't have far distances to go. I don't see the necessity. They're cool. I would want one if I was that age, and I would be fighting to have one that age. They are cool. but we have an issue. We have a lot of people here. We have kids driving cars, adults driving cars recklessly and fast. We need our police to be on top of them, and I worry. So, look, I'm not voting for this that's in front of us right now because I think that this does not solve our actual issue that we need to be really paying attention. And I think we're diverting, and a tragedy is going to happen, and then we're all going to be sitting here feeling extremely guilty because of that. And that's where I stand with this.
Thank you for your insights. Just for perspective for everyone who's here and also watching, this is a very limited scope effort, part of a piece or pieces of efforts. This isn't where this stops. There was a state legislative proposal that's been rescinded or tabled, which is not likely to pass. The question that's before us relative to the suitability of this is this will not be suitable. This will not solve the problem that we face. All this does is regulate the use of these electronic e-bikes in the parks. It doesn't deal with the curb cuts. It doesn't deal with Grandin. It doesn't deal with the interior streets at all. And if we don't deal with those problems, we're not even beginning to address the clear and present danger that we've all recognized.
A question.
So the question, to finish my sort of effort at a broader perspective of what this is and isn't, was intended to be the first piece in a larger solution. Things have changed since the last time we got together on this. Where are we going with the fuller legislation?
So the bill, you are correct. The bill that was proposed by Representative Lopez was pulled. It's not going to be heard in Tallahassee. They feel it's a local issue. I can tell you that Representative Lopez immediately got on the phone with our manager. We had a meeting the next morning with Representative Lopez and Commissioner Regalado on Key Biscayne becoming the pilot program and entering into a memorandum of agreement, allowing us to enforce local laws along Crandon and our interior streets. And that's part of a broader plan that we've already began to work on. I've met with Public Works, and so has the manager, on infrastructure and feasible pathways for the back roads. So this, you are correct, this is one piece of it. There are other pieces, but it all has to come together. And as we all have stood and if you've heard me discuss for the last year with the manager and village staff, this is a complex issue. And I don't think we're kicking the can down the road. I spend a great deal amount of my time working on this, and I see everyone's perspectives, and I understand where everyone's coming from. I have to follow the direction that the policymakers give us, and we have to work within the confines of the law. Because when I send our officers out there, at the end of the day, we work within the confines of our village ordinance and state statute. And as we've seen in the last year, sometimes they don't mix, and they are complex.
Well, just speaking for myself to one point for Brett and for all of us, if this is, as we think it is, and as evidence indicates, is an intrinsically dangerous condition, and if the only way to abate it is to ban it, we're going to have to do that. We can't allow to persist an intrinsically dangerous condition.
You're assuming there's no middle ground. You're assuming you can't have regulations that would make it much safer.
No, the whole
Okay, one at a time,
the whole effort is to find that middle ground.
I'm gonna.
That's ongoing.
And we,
pardon.
Oh.
Yeah, looking at the wrong guy with the gavel.
All right, well, hold on.
So I'm going to remain steadfast on a few things. Thank you, by the way, Brett. So incredibly compelling, great argument. There is, change happens over time. My brother was hit by a car when he was 10 years old, before helmets were a thing. Nobody ever believed children would wear helmets. Had we banned bicycles then, children would still not be wearing helmets. We cannot take the easy route and have government oversight tell people what they can and cannot do. It takes a village. Education is the same thing. We all too often allow government to decide for us what we can and cannot do. It is a lazy resolution to a much bigger problem. The problem is going to take time. God forbid something terrible happen. But we cannot allow ourselves to overreach and tell people what they can and cannot do and take the responsibility away from parents to educate their children on the dangers of the toys or electric bicycles that they're using. My child doesn't want an electric scooter because there's a lot of rules against it. She sees her friends not following the rules. She follows the rules responsibly because I take the time to ride bike with her several hours before I allow her to go ride on her own and teach her what it is to be responsible. Parents need to take some responsibility. And what we've begun to do is we're bringing parents to the table. Some are pissed off, pardon my French, and some are very happy. Honestly, I don't care which one it is, as long as they come to the table and start to realize that this is a problem and they need to take responsibility for this. I don't believe it is art. Yes, public safety is definitely part of our job, but is not in the format of dictating what we can and cannot do. All you're doing is enabling and perpetuating the problem. It happens all the time. The unintended consequence of having such a safe environment in this island is causing us to now take oversight and take away the freedoms from people to do what they want to do within reason. Right now, there's rules that would suggest to force children on e-bikes or on scooters to go on the street. People are suggesting that they don't have a choice. My own family, are you suggesting that your niece go on the street? No, I'm not. You have a choice. Don't get an e-bike. Don't get an e-scooter. You don't want your 11-year-old on the street because the law says so? Don't buy her an e-scooter. Don't bend to their every whim. I mean, I'm sorry to sound cold, maybe, calculating, whatever you want to call it, but for me, it's too much oversight. We cannot, it's overreach. The idea, originally I said banning didn't sit well in my gut because you're taking away freedoms. And again, you're enabling parents potentially to be lazy. The idea that a parent would give a child a 17-mile-an-hour device without telling them and letting them know, you're not going to ride this anywhere until you spend 10 hours with me understanding the rules behind what you're about to control. It's not my job to do their parenting for them. And then we just enable them and it just perpetuates. And so we create more lazy parents. And I'm not suggesting that we're all lazy. I'm just saying we can't take that freedom away from our residents, in my opinion.
Oh,
sorry.
You got it?
That's it.
Yeah. See, let me pause here a second. This is great discussion, and I don't want to head it off, but we are talking about park rules for primarily our Village Green and our other parks, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so can we maybe solve for that issue and then continue the conversation to the next level? Because obviously, I think we all want to do this. I mean, you know, is there a second consequence? Or yes, there are other issues, but why wouldn't we want to do this? Why wouldn't we want to say, these are the rules for motorized bikes on the Village Green? Okay? Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
And then I understand to have the conversation and perhaps give direction as to, okay, we're doing phase one here, let's go to phase two.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay? All right.
With Ed's suggestion on the fine?
There's a motion on the floor
Okay.
for a third violation of $500.
$500.
That's a motion to amend this, and I'll second that.
Okay.
It's already been seconded.
Already been seconded. We have the motion before us, the amended version of the ordinance, I guess. On to this point. You want to settle this point first, and then we'll.
Question about this.
You have,
I have a question related to
Go ahead.
this.
Go ahead.
With this incremental, the $500 for a third offense, how many instances of multiple offenses for the same child have you had or person?
To my knowledge, none.
None. You're getting everybody the first time.
Correct.
Okay.
One question, Joe?
Yes.
For Chad. Do you have any agita about this, accepting this, this amendment?
The only thing I would say is maybe subsequent, third or subsequent, not to cap it. I mean, I get that we hope people would stop, but I don't want to just cap it at the third.
No, that's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were
Third
talking.
or subsequent.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
wanted to
But
know
no,
about
I have
the
no
balance.
concerns about the other one.
Okay.
On the same thing.
On the same thing.
On the
Go
same
ahead.
thing. So the idea that I propose is to increase a third time. I understand the reasoning behind it, and I like it because while clearly we have to figure out a way to go further, when looking at this ordinance in front of us, I would have hoped that when we first passed this, that we would have seen a more improvement of behavior on these bicycles than we have. And I heard a story today from a resident about stopping at the yellow lights to let people pass, and then two girls on an electric bike. And a lot of these bikes, Oscar, unfortunately, the ones that you can get through the internet are not necessarily bound to our class 1, class 2, class 3 limitations the way if they were sold in the state of Florida. So some of them go really fast. I would venture to guess faster than 28 miles an hour, which is the class 3. So that's an issue. But this particular instance, the two girls on it having a grand old time, as I can imagine, they not only cut in front of the traffic and kind of diagonal, then as the traffic started moving, they, throughout the road, swerved back and forth until they hit the village green where the police were, where they went straight. And then as soon as they were past, the swerving started again. So I would have liked to have seen a better result out of the actions we've already taken than we have throughout the community. And since we're not seeing many multiple offenses, I don't know what good this $500 does. And I wonder if there's an appetite to be increasing even for a first offense.
So I would second that, to increase that first offense. Absolutely.
To what?
I'd say we go straight to the 175.
Chat, just legal. Can we even do that, being that we've been imposing these fines?
We can always increase the fine. I think what was suggested, the 175, is within reason. Yes. I mean, I know in this interim period we have been fining people the 170, but it's within our rights to increase. Yeah.
I also just want to make a comment. So my experience has been quite different than yours. I've spent an incredible amount of time at the Village Green and watching, and there has been an incredible change. It's never fast enough. I agree. I mentioned it was a long process. It's going to be a long process, but I think it's one that we have to remain steadfast in order to make lasting change.
Well, I'm glad you're seeing change. I'm not, sorry, I wasn't done on my first, but I'm not seeing it as much as I would like I don't spend a lot of time in Village Green anymore, but on all the other streets and Crandon Boulevard, I don't see enough. And it really concerns me for all of the reasons that we've heard.
So if I could just add something, please, in retrospect of what Councilwoman McCormick is stating, I do have I just have to state the concerns because I see the citations. The majority of the citations that we've received in the last 7 to 10 days are bicycles. So that's also
man-powered bicycles?
Physical riding bicycle. Right. But as I've explained to everyone that comes to my office to complain, and I've explained to the council, We don't have this ability to say, hey, you know what, today we're not looking at bicycles, and e-bikes are bicycles under state law. So, you know, if we're going to increase the fine to $175, you know, the state violation is 180, you know, and I understand what everybody's saying here, and I never said that we have a clear crystal ball on this. We all know how complex this issue is, and we're trying to work and find solutions. We will do as a department, and we will enforce as we have been enforcing, but I just want to make sure that everyone truly understands the edification. I know that speaking to several of you individually that you haven't received the complaints that I've received, but the complaints on the bicycles are significant. And but I explained to the general public and the residents that this has been on the books since the inception of the chapter.
Does everybody understand this nuance?
Why, though? Is it because people are riding bikes across the fields?
Yes, that in the central promenade, they ride it there.
But the central promenade is a pathway.
Yeah. So
why isn't that a designated pathway?
We're clarifying now that bicycles will be permitted on designated trails and pathways within the park.
That's what this language says.
That's what this language says.
Yes.
So hold on a second. Yeah, the complaints that I've heard is, okay, I'm going from the east side to the west side, and I'm either going to the school, or I'm going to the community church, or I'm going to whatever, and that there is no way, unless I guess we take the golf cart entrances, other than the village green, there's no way to cut to the other side. Are you saying that we would be making paths so that people could do that on bicycles, or not?
And for clarification purposes, we need to remember the conundrum that we're faced with here. And I just want to be clear, if we're going to interpret the law, because we're the ones left with interpreting the law. If the e-bike is operated in a human-propelled manner, are they allowed on the pathway?
The e-bike is underneath our ordinance, would be considered a motorized vehicle. It's not the distinction that you're raising, Chief, that's in the state law. We don't make that distinction underneath our code.
Okay.
So
that's the way we intended it to be.
Okay, let's keep going here. Mr. Vasquez.
But again, two very compelling arguments here everywhere, really, but as Councilmember Moss mentioned and Councilmember Sardinez, the two different perspectives. Maybe just call the engineering route here and say, at the end of the day, we don't really know what e-bikes we don't have enough data accrued to understand the whole concept and the whole gamut of what is this mode of transportation interrelating with other modes. So we can sit here and divine anything we want, and we have we definitely have a worst case scenario. We definitely have a scenario that, hey, your parents have to take care of the kids, right? I'm not sure.
Your mic is not on.
Thanks for that. Could you hear me when I said all that? I don't want to repeat that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't want to regulate in a worst case scenario, so I'm not really partial for that. I certainly believe in giving people liberties, but in the case when I don't understand what the repercussions are and I don't have enough data to really assess it, I have to incline towards going to something safer. And I kind of am a little bit more, I'm inclining more towards what Brett was saying, that I think until we really understand what the system is and how it relates, and until we have that data, I'm for taking them out of the streets. Take them out of the streets until we figure out how they actually work out with the rest of, how they relate with the other vehicles. We don't understand them. I mean, yes, they're flying by. There's not enough education. The kids are not prepped to do this. I don't know if there's a way that we could just, I'm not saying ban them, but ban them in the interim until we figure out, until we have additional data. I think that's a responsible act, and not just go out there and just let them happen or just debate whether we should fine them more or not. Everybody's grasping at straws. I get it. Look, I understand the issue as much as everybody here, but that's why I want data. And I said this from the beginning. I want to understand. And
So
at this,
let me ask a
can
very
we ban? I guess my question is, can we ban them
Yeah.
in the interim, until
Right.
we understand.
To answer Councilman Vasquez's question, because he has asked this on more than one occasion with data, there is significant data on studies conducted with motorized scooters and electric bicycles outside of the key, right? You know, in national studies, Tony wrote about it extensively, and the data is not good.
Well,
if you read it. However, I will say, in the key, for the amount of these devices that we do have, we haven't had the volume of accidents that one would think. Have we had some very close calls? Yes, we have. So I understand the conundrum that we're all faced here, and I think we've all said the same thing over and over. It's trying to figure out the most practical solution.
What? Okay, hold on a second. Mr. Attorney, does this council have the ability to ban these motorized bikes and scooters?
Yes, except on Crandon, because that's under the jurisdiction of the county.
Including the sidewalk on Crandon?
That's under the jurisdiction of the county.
Yes, until we have a better plan, until we coordinate this with the county properly, until we understand what this data is all about, I think the responsible, most prudent approach is to ban them on temporarily. I don't want a dead kid here. I just don't want that.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back. We're still only talking about an ordinance that deals with what's going to happen to these elements on the village green. Okay. Now, someone can bring back another ordinance at some other point, or we can instruct the police chief to start working on something, and maybe one of you can propose it. But right now, we're still talking about what we're going to do on the village green, and the next step could be what some of you are echoing here.
Yep, I agree, Mayor. I'm just, my only concern is that I think now I have a kind of a moral, sense of responsibility after what I hear here. What do we do? I understand we have to move with the item. I fully respect that.
Okay.
The question is,
All right.
can we move quickly with the other one? 'Cause
Okay,
I don't want
I'm good with that. On the ordinance before us, Mr. Kaplan, and then
One question
and
about
then
it the way it is.
Ms. McCormick.
Can I ask, I'm rethinking my idea of increasing the initial fine. If you're seeing first offenses only and then you're getting a lot of people coming into the office, do you feel like the $75 is having an impact on the behavior in the park, which is what's in front of us right now, not on the other streets?
I think within the parks, we've had a tremendous difference, without a doubt.
Okay, then I'm gonna take my comments back and just defer to Ed's amendment.
Okay.
Drawing your motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember, you get another crack at this in 2 weeks. So this ordinance is on first reading.
Is it quite clear that we can't prescribe the use of these things on the sidewalk that's adjacent to the village green and other parks? Well, other parks, I think the answer is we could.
I think it's a difficult answer because I think there's the sidewalk, right, Jake, and then there's the path, right? So it's easier with a visual, but there is sidewalk that is in the county right of way, and then there's the pathway that I think is adjacent to it. Okay.
Well, this does cover the pathway.
It does. Yeah. But yes.
So the question, we'll see what comes back from the county. We will presumably enter into an MOU with the county, and we will deal with Crandon. Let's pass this.
Okay. The ordinance before you, any further discussion on this ordinance?
Is it as amended?
Is it as amended with Councilmember
As
Linden's
amended.
amendment?
Is everybody okay with the amendment?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, as amended.
Well, that was for the amendment. Okay.
As amended, call a roll.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss?
No.
Councilmember Sardinius?
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on first reading.
Okay, and in the meantime, whoever wants to bring forward something else, you can start working with the police chief and the attorney And it is, as everyone has said, it's quite complex. Otherwise, we would have solved this already. Okay, next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is the consent agenda.
Okay.
Moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
We
Yes, the minutes were deferred, 8B was deferred,
Right.
and
Right,
8E was pulled, so I'll read that right after the consent agenda.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, opposing legislation that preempts or limits municipal home rule authority, providing for transmittal, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Thank you.
Discussion?
I propose this resolution, and the only reason I'm bringing it up now is that originally it contained language on the two bills, the Senate and House bills regarding workforce housing and referendum. And I was found out before this came before you, obviously, it passed through the Senate committee ready, it's law, and the worst thing about it, it comes from the top on down.
Yep.
We thought our senator, who basically was the sponsor, she was given that job, wasn't really her doing. But we expressed to her and our legislator that even though they're both for it, that we're against it, even though we don't have a chance. And our lobbyists are doing what they can. Possibly there'll be exceptions or whatever. But the other thing is that I also wanted this resolution, which Jocelyn got, she said she didn't see the correspondence, to be distributed to every county and municipal government, and asking their legislative bodies to realize what's happening and take action with their lobbyists and everybody they can influence. So that's what I wanted added to this thing at this time. And then the worst thing of all is I've been informed, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but there's more than 50 bills.
58.
58, thank you.
Yes.
58 bills in the hopper to take away local government concentrated in the state. And if you believe that the best government is closest to the people, then you're going to be against those 58 bills. And that's what we really have to look at, because I think you can see the trend in this state is to draw the power to Tallahassee away from local government. That's it.
Mr. Kaplan?
I want us to do this. It's necessary. But this is the most milquetoast resolution for such an important purpose.
Redraft it.
It just says nothing. And I'm afraid that submitting this as written could actually hurt the cause more than help the cause.
Well,
it just says nothing about why this is an important issue.
Joe.
It is a core police power correlating most impactfully in the quality of life. And it's not just a Key Biscayne issue. This is bad legislation. And the mitigation of an area of critical state concern is a possibility. This just ought to say something if we're going to go to the trouble of doing it at all. And I think it says nothing.
So, then I'm not a wordsmith like you are, and this is my best attempt. And
I'm
Chad
sorry,
put it
I
right. No,
realized
it's
that
fine.
you were the author.
Well, listen, if we're all in favor of it, then I would say delegate to the man who has the words to put together the proper resolution that would be more meaningful.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Let's do it. Agreed.
All agreed?
Yes.
Chad, you want to address some of the issues that we've already dealt with?
With this particular resolution?
Yes.
I think that, this resolution was drafted in this way to be broad, to cover all the 58 bills. It wasn't made specific to one particular bill. I think that in talking with the manager and from the last discussion that we had at council was to try to handle individual bills directly through corresponding with the sponsor through either letters or the like. So that was the strategy. And that's why you see it kind of overarching. And it doesn't have, as Councilman or Vice Mayor Kaplan said, a lot of maybe, real flowery language. And frankly, that was really because, as Councilmember London knows, we were doing this at the really towards the deadline of the agenda. But
I appreciate that. I don't want flowery language. I just wanted to make the point of why the legislation is a bad idea.
And by the way, we sent to our representative and our senator our thoughts on this, which you have before you. So we have made the point. We have been constantly talking with them and educating them. There's a bad permitting bill. There's a sovereign immunity bill that's bad. I mean, the list goes on and on. So yes, it was a generalized resolution because there's so many damn things in front of us that we need to fight, and this is not any less of one that needs to be fought.
If I take a punch up at it, you'll help me before I play golf at 2:00 on Thursday?
Of course. I didn't get the invitation to golf, though.
So suggestion, if we can take a shot at punching it up and adopt it so that it can get out of here on a timely basis.
Okay.
I would like to see your attempt to punch it up.
Okay.
Consensus of council?
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, let's keep going.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to go to public comments or the manager's report or continue with resolutions?
Let me give,
after 9:30.
there were some public comments that have come in, so let me see if we can address those. I don't see these folks here. Mike Davies, gone. Maria Eugenia Rodriguez is gone. And Mr. Vernon, he's agreed to come back and talk to us about something else.
Excuse me, I have one here. In a moment. I think this is the gentleman that spoke earlier.
Okay.
Edward Budden. I just needed his form.
All right.
Resolutions or the manager's report, Mr. Mayor?
Let's go to the resolution.
Okay. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, accepting a 2023 Growing Roots for Environmentally Equitable Neighborhoods Green Miami-Dade County matching grant in an amount of $23,750 for the Key Biscayne Street Tree Planting Program and approving an agreement related to the same, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
So moved. Do I have a second?
Seconds.
Seconded. Items before us, any discussion on the item? Yes, Mr. Vasquez?
Yeah, when I read the item, it talked about removing live oaks. Why? Why are we taking live oaks? Beautiful oaks.
So let me clarify, removing in this case. This is replacing one species, one of the new species we're going to be planting with a different species. Buttonwoods in that case on one street and mahoganies on another. So we wanted to be more consistent with what was on the adjacent streets, and we also had pushback from the county over the expense of the trees. So on Harbor, it was a no-brainer. Like the rest of the street is mahoganies. We should be consistent there. And then in the other case, green buttonwoods are much more salt tolerant. So
I know,
it
but
certainly makes sense.
I just don't want to take away from the character of the community. I get it, and trust me, I mean, obviously, but we have to do it. We have to do it, but I just don't want to be removing beautiful oaks that have been here forever. And
No, we're not removing any trees.
It says
No, but that's replacing new. We have our list of new trees that we're
okay,
planting.
so it's not remove and replace.
It's not remove and
replace.
replace.
The word replace. That's scared.
Okay, sorry.
No.
Replacing on the list of new trees.
Okay, fair enough.
Sorry.
Good
All right.
question, though.
Very good question.
Yes.
And we look forward for more programs like this so that we can have more shade trees, and that way we incentivize people to walk. On the resolution before us, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Motion carries. Excuse me. The next item is a capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Total Construction and Maintenance Corporation for the fire department's women's bathroom and locker room renovation improvements project in an amount not to exceed $86,697, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on the item? Okay. Women's bathroom's coming up. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to execute mutual aid agreements with governmental entities, including any amendments or renewals thereto, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Attorney, we need to do this periodically, is that it?
Yeah. We can if you want. We set this up as a perpetual to give the manager the authority, just because we do update these agreements a lot. They're all standardized. We need them, and we didn't. There's a provision under state law which allows the governing authority to give authorization to the manager to execute without coming back. So
Mutual aid agreements,
Yeah.
all right. No costs involved, I mean,
it's mutual aid. They're standardized. We look at them, but we just felt that it would streamline these types of agreements and help the police department out. So,
okay. Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Brightview Landscape Services, Inc. for athletic field maintenance services in an amount not to exceed $326,979.90 annually, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank
Moved
you.
and seconded. Mr. Hoffenberg, you want to give us a brief summary of
Sure,
what's going
it would
on
be
here?
My pleasure. If you recall, over the years, we've had a different approach to maintaining our areas. Originally, we had one contractor that maintained all the areas, and then we broke that out and had a different contractor maintaining all the athletic fields. We did that originally in 2015. We brought in another contractor in 2016, and then in 2020, we put it all under the same umbrella again. Before you tonight, we're asking you to go back and how we did it previously before we put everything together.
Are you asking for that because it didn't work out?
I would say we benefit by having a contractor more adept at maintaining athletic fields. And it's a different skill than general landscaping, swales, medians. It worked better when we had it separately managed and operated that way. So, like I said, the village manager asked us to look at communities that we thought we would want to emulate with the condition of our green spaces. We identified Margate, Parkland, and Weston. Then we took a look at their recent RFPs for field maintenance. We worked with Dr. Phil Busey, a certified professional agronomist, certified crop advisor, and certified landscape inspector to tailor their RFPs, kind of help me bring it to what would work best for us in both the type of work done and the frequency that work is completed, to give us the best opportunity to have the highest performing athletic fields for our community. And
basically, a guarantee that we will have fields that are properly done, that you don't have weeds, that you don't have
to improve all
hot
those
spots, and
yeah, our goal was four things: to improve the maintenance of the facilities, to protect the village's significant investment in these areas, to reduce the required future capital investments. And fourthly, to care for our relationships we have with our shared use facility partners like St. Agnes, Key Biscayne K-8 that was here earlier, and Mast Academy.
Okay. Discussion on item. Mr. Sardinia?
Just a couple things. So one thing that's abundantly clear is we don't have enough fields. They're being overused.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have a dental hygienist do your braces, and you wouldn't have an orthodontist clean your teeth. I like the specialty. I read the contract. The scope is incredibly detailed.
Yeah, it is.
I just want to make sure that we're holding them accountable at every step of the way. It's a lot. It's a lot to manage and oversee. And then I had a question, two questions. Number one, the original budgeted amount for something like this was $215,000. Is that right?
We knew that we were going to go out to bid, so we put something in the line item knowing that it was going to be a partial as we went through the year.
Okay, so it's important to see that we've under budgeted, number one. Number two, why is Paradise Park included here?
That was at my request to the manager, since I know that's going to be such a important piece of property and an actively used piece of grass that I think it's going to benefit by we're going to have big special events there.
Oh.
So I think I can do aerations, top dressing, like you would an athletic field, to ensure its performance.
Okay.
It's going to be a highly visible piece of
I agree.
property.
Mr. Vasquez?
Do we have any clauses for any emergency issues like flooding, massive flooding, hurricane impacts, turns the grass to yellow? Do we have anything like that? Do we have that in the place whenever, obviously we would have to pay for an emergency fund, but is this included?
If we do have, in the contract, we have a bunch of other prospective work, like you said, that they could be asked to do at a different cost. Yes. Does it mention flood? No. Does it mention replacement of sod? Yes. It doesn't identify the cause, but it identifies the work that would be required.
Okay. Mr. London?
I'm sorry, I don't understand, Todd. We budgeted 215, now we're at 326. What's the difference except that we only had one bidder?
Well, first of all, we knew this contract wasn't going to be in place for a year. We knew this contract wasn't going to be in place for 12 months. We knew it was going to be a partial year service.
So that's a partial year.
Yes.
So basically, you did expect something like this. When you only receive one bid, full bid, why
Yes,
don't
sir.
we then try and get more bidders? I mean,
If you
I
look
would
at
think there's a lot of people, by looking around, in the landscape business.
If you look at our memo, we did a bid in November. We came back with one bidder. I told the manager, he said, go back out and you and the procurement officer see who you can get to come in. We did. I contacted industry professionals.
Why didn't people want to work with us?
They were.
That's a really good question.
That is a good question.
Sorry?
That's a good question. I had the same
I
one.
mean, really, because one thing, this is not rocket science, and there's a million people in the business. So when I only see one bidder.
I can tell you what they
I mean,
told me.
you remember what we did with the dog park? Hate to bring it up. We made sure that the way the bid was put out, we got one bidder out of 14 people. The other 13 didn't want to work with us.
No, I can
So
tell
what do
you.
we do here? Anything similar?
No, what the people that didn't bid and that I asked to bid, there was two main reasons. Resolution 2016-32, the settlement between Great American Insurance Company, the surety for Green Source Landscaping and Sports Turf, Inc. If you recall, we had somebody build us a field. It didn't meet our satisfaction. We went after their bond. We ended up recovering $210,000 from that company. $93,000 was an insurance payment from the surety, and we didn't have to pay the $117,000, $604 that we owed them. If you would have come to the pre-bid meeting for the general landscaping, you would have seen a congenial group of people that have all worked with each other in different companies over the years. They all knew each other when we had our pre-bid just last week. That news was pretty well spread throughout the community. Also, they mentioned that the inability to negotiate contracts if unexpected costs rise.
Inability to renegotiate a contract.
Yes. Those are the reasons I was.
So in other words, not to make a contract, just to give you a price and then be able to change your price anytime they want.
No, they said if unforeseen things happen, Obviously, they're paying attention, but you asked me to tell you what they said, and those were the two reasons that they,
That was the main objection.
yes.
But these people, they're fine, they're not gonna come back.
They've worked with us in the past.
Are they our current contractor?
No, sir. But they've worked with us in one of those periods that I mentioned previously, when we did have the athletic fields. We found them to be competent, actually very competent. We found them to be able to establish relationships with the teachers and the instructors at the school and at St. Agnes. And in creating those relationships, they were able to work around the different school schedules to improve the maintenance. They were proactive. They would call us up, hey, you know, spring break is a month away. Let's put together a program, work with the school, identify what we can do to take advantage of that 1 week. So we benefited by their,
How about the current contractor we have now? Wasn't interested in bidding?
they did not bid.
Any reason? You talked to him?
I did not talk to them, but they were
Did
present.
anybody talk to him from our side?
I don't know. I do know that they were present at the pre-bid for the general landscaping. So they're probably interested. They didn't even attend the pre-bid for this one.
So, sorry, just to clarify, one bidder came first round, we went back out, 3 bidders came back.
No, one.
Only one came back the second time around?
Well, there's a second bid, but it's for artificial turf maintenance only.
Got it.
Brett?
No, just, I think that, you know, we have a procurement officer now, and I think they need to go find out what is going on, because I think there's something wrong with procurement here. I don't think this has to do with not negotiating a contract. I don't think the FDOT allows you to renegotiate contracts and there's not people like, oh, we're not going to take those contracts now. No way.
I think
It
there's
doesn't.
also, I think there's also, you have to understand, Weston or many of these other cities, they have a yard that these companies can work in.
Yeah.
We have obviously geographical difficulties.
Okay.
We have space difficulties. You have to haul everything here every day and take it away every night. It's going to increase your cost and make you less
But they put
less
that in their
attractive.
cost. Yeah, but they put that in their cost. I mean,
No,
they
it's
all should be
everybody's
doing that.
It
All
increases
right.
everybody's
Pricing
cost,
it,
yes.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. That's just my thing. Just
Okay.
procurement should check it.
All right. Question?
You know where I'm gonna go with this. So the Master Academy field that is being kind of rough shape, is there anything that they can do in the interim while we're waiting to replace it? Do they feel like they have some sort of ability to?
We're working with Field Turf to do some repairs. We have a scope of work that they're going to take care of. And there's several things that were never in a contract of any in the previous or existing contracts. One of which is the maintenance of the artificial turf fields. We had some warranty contracts that came twice a year on both facilities. Now there'll be monthly grooming. This also includes clay maintenance at the school field. This includes trimming the fence line at Mast Academy and St. Agnes. So there's a lot of scope that we've learned needed to be done over the years that's been added into this that was often done as projects that we just try to find a contractor to do. So it's more inclusive.
Okay, thank
Okay. All those in favor, 10D, say aye.
Aye.
You opposed?
Aye.
All right. Next,
Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, establishing that a public park and public utility use be permitted on village property located at 571 and 599 Harbor Drive, authorizing the village manager to prepare a site plan and provide for an effective date.
move.
Second.
Mayor, we do need a public hearing on this item.
Okay. On 10E, public hearing is now open. Seeing no one come forward, public hearing is now closed. There were some comments about this earlier, and I want to make sure, Chad, that, and Jeremy, that this is taken care of correctly. We don't want to see any buildings on this property. We're going to use it as a park, but it also will have the function of a place for this type of stormwater utility.
So-
Is that correct?
So, before Jeremy answers that, can I explain maybe the procedure that occurs when we buy property like this? So
Okay.
we end up having two hearings. This is the first of two. The first is to designate the use. The second is at some point in the future, the village manager will bring back a site plan which will show what will be there, whether it's buildings, whether it's not. So tonight's hearing is just use. Now, I think it's a fair question. I just wanted to make everyone aware that we will be coming back a second time in the future about what's actually going to go there. So, and then I'll let Jeremy answer directly what he's thinking.
Sure. So
Actually, Mr. Mayor, if I could answer that question. So I think, the first thing we need to do, as Chad just said, is we need to designate what we can and cannot do there. And so what we're just asking for at this time is to allow two uses, parks and public infrastructure. That is solely what we're asking at this point. No intent to build anything right now, but as we continue to go down the road with our infrastructure program, we will move forward and identify exactly what we want to build. We will have community meetings, we'll have community engagement. We'll have to bring that back to the council with specifics as to what we want to build.
Okay. Just know that if there's a building on property, I'm a no. So just
We have no intent to build those.
Okay.
Public infrastructure.
I think I understand. I think we understand the procedural sequence of events and the purpose of this. However, we do intend this to be a park.
Correct.
We always did, and I don't see that ever changing, albeit there will probably need to be located within it a piece of infrastructure. Why don't we accommodate Ms. Cotto and Dr. Simon and simply reflect, as they suggested, that the priority of use is park with a subordinate use or ancillary use or whatever word you want to choose, to include in that park public infrastructure as required or as determined to be needed in support of our stormwater management system overall.
So I think this is a technical question that the code has 3 categories for uses: the primary use, accessory use, and conditional use. Conditional use is something that's actually out of place, so that's not really appropriate here. Accessory use, part of the language says incidental to the principal building or use of the land. So we know, I think it would be dishonest to say this is incidental, right? This is going to be somewhat substantial element in the overall portion of the space. We intend to make that as minimal as possible and to make sure it still functions as a park. And in fact, in anything we're looking at, that's primarily underground infrastructure for pumps and that sort of thing. However, it's still going to be a substantial amount of square footage. So I think based on the limitations in the code of accessory use being really our only other option, really decided to keep it as 2 principal uses. And then, of course, we'll be coming back with the site plan and we'll be minimizing that and turning it into architectural features and that sort of thing to make it still feel like a park. But there's no world in which some pretty substantial square footage overall, whether it's underground or has a surface component, is going to become some kind of infrastructure.
I'm suggesting something a little bit different.
Yeah.
I take the point, and I think that at the time that this was identified for purchase, it was already known at that time that one of the drivers was the need for some kind of facility within this space. It's not incidental and it's not ancillary. I'm suggesting primary.
I understand. What the vice mayor is suggesting is still have 2 principal uses, but that, whether it's 70-30 park versus, that's, I think he used the term of art that is associated with an accessory use, but I think his intention was to say, hey, we have 2 principal uses here, but the larger principal use on the site is going to be park.
That's the gist of it.
Yeah.
Can we accommodate that?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure that what we say tonight does not limit us later. Again, the intent is that we keep the park there with infrastructure. I want to make sure whatever wording that we give the attorney does not overly restrict us or be interpreted differently 2 or 3 years down the road.
And I would agree with that. That's not the purpose of my suggestion.
So the only thing that I would say is I don't know, the percentages per se from what the manager and Jeremy are thinking. But is it fair to say to you guys that the majority of the square footage will be a park?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Okay.
So in any of our scenarios.
I think could it be fair to say that the primary use will be a park with the secondary use being
How about primary use as a park with the prospective intent and probability or certainty, if that's better, that an element of our stormwater management system will be installed within it, located or designed to be sited within it.
I mean, I'm okay. I don't know if that's too narrow for the administration, but I can go with that if you.
I think primary use is fine, and in fact, it gives us flexibility because if we can turn some of the elements, say the concrete top of something, I think we can turn it into park use even. So it's very much in line with what our intent is.
If the language reflects the manager's concern, I'm good.
Yeah. And the majority of it's underground, right?
Primary use, but no words referring to the infrastructure. So just modifying parks as primary use, but not saying anything about the infrastructure.
I would assume any
that
of
makes
the
sense.
infrastructures above ground that's unsubmerged will be commensurate with the character of the park.
Sure. Yes, absolutely.
Civic art.
I mean, we're going to be civic art.
Let's say, in worst case scenario, you have to put a pump station. I'm just saying, it would have to be something that would
Mm-hmm.
have an architectural beat to it.
Well, I think that will come back at the second hearing, where you will see elevations of anything that is on this site.
Okay.
Jeremy looks like his wheels are starting to turn. How he's going to turn this into a park.
Whatever language you come up with, the manager's point and Jeremy's point are both correct. No limitations on the design of what has to go in that place.
Okay, so.
Without obviating the fact that it's going to be a park.
Yeah, Steve, why don't you, can you restate what you said? I know you said primary and just restate it.
Okay, with COVID fuzzy mind, I'm going to try to do the best I can. So I think what I think is important for us is obviously to retain flexibility. I think the best thing is that if we just modify park by saying primary usage is being park, not put any modifications in front of the infrastructure. So I think really just adding 1 or 2 words would try to get to what the vice mayor is trying to say.
Yeah, I think that
it still retains the flexibility of what we want to do.
Yeah, what I hear is that the administration wants flexibility, and we want assurance that this doesn't just turn into a public utility place, that this is a park.
So what we're comfortable saying is, let's just say it will primarily be used as a park.
Yes.
Yeah, and the check and balances at the second hearing, you're going to see what's going to be there.
Everybody, why does every time someone says that, everybody has that same reaction? You're gonna see.
No. I mean,
what is coming? I don't know what it is.
No, I don't mean in a negative sense, but I mean you're gonna be able to see.
But you're like the 4th person who said it like that to me, so I'm like, what is coming?
Look, the Paradise Park second hearing. I think many of you went through that second hearing process, probably multiple second hearing times.
Like 30 times.
There will be another opportunity.
Okay.
Another bite at the apple.
But Councilmember Moss, though, I think what's important, though, is we don't know exactly what it's going to be yet. So, we can't show you the picture, but we also don't want to be limited until we get to the point where we discuss what can be there and can't be there.
Okay, last crack.
There's going to be a number of people who are going to come object to the site plan when we produce it, no matter what we do as far as pump station and whatever else we're gonna do there. So you gotta make sure that this language, primary, secondary, does not interfere with the accomplishment of our storm sewer system. Are you convinced that this language will be fine? Primary, secondary, whatever?
I think the primary use as a park would be, to me, the amount of square footage being dedicated to park use compared to the utility use. And I think that, and when I asked the question of Jeremy and Steve, I think that they feel comfortable, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but there'll be more square footage dedicated to park than utilities. So
But I just want to make sure, does that include if there's an underground piece that might have to be dedicated, but on top of the land is used as park, we can calculate that as park as long as people can use it?
The underground doesn't count, right?
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
to
you're
be-
using
you're
that
using it
space
as a
as a
park.
park.
As
even
park.
if
As a
it has
park,
pipe
okay.
under the ground.
It's going to function as a park.
All right.
And the truth is that we need both things.
Yes.
That's absolutely our goal is, we need parks and we also need to take care of this infrastructure.
Yes.
All right. We have the resolution before us. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the
Yeah.
resolution's adopted as amended.
As amended.
Thank you.
Opposed?
Can we read those amendments if, just for, so I can hear what they are?
Okay. The amendment was that the primary use will be a park. So, I haven't written it yet, Steve, but, that, establishing that, let me see here. We'll probably rewrite the language in section 2 at a minimum to say that the village council hereby establishes that the primary use of the property be park, and public utility uses shall also be permitted on the property. Something to that effect.
Okay, yeah.
I mean,
I
we'll
just
work
wanna
on the
make sure
language.
we're all focused.
We understand the intent. The intent is to maintain flexibility, but also to have the primary use to be a park. So we'll work on it. Does everyone feel comfortable?
You know, you might as well reflect in the minutes. There's
Yeah.
going to be public infrastructure in that place.
We're not the first city or municipality that's been challenged with that. Look at Amsterdam. Look at places like that. They integrate parks with
That's right.
infrastructure, so.
We're going to learn how to be beautiful about it.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm going to move quickly through some of these reports. There's 4 items there from the mayor and council. We definitely want to get to those.
5. Remember, I added 1.
I'm sorry, what did you?
Mine was a discussion on the vision plan status.
Okay. Let's go, police chief, the police report quickly.
Before we jump to the police chief, Mr. Mayor, and I know you all received it from the clerk, there is an update of our legislative package on your desk, and if you have any questions, any council member does, I can give you more detail on it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi again. The
It's not that we like you that much, you know.
We do.
It's okay. The first item was, we discussed already pretty lengthy. I was just giving.
Yeah,
an
we're not
update.
doing that one.
Yeah. So
Just
the
get
second
the
item.
highlights of your report that shows what you guys been doing.
So the second item that we put in our report was the annual report.
Yeah.
And we're gonna post that online on the police department's website for the residents to see.
Just a couple highlights on that one.
So a couple highlights. You know, last year when we asked for those 2 extra officer positions, Councilman Moss asked what was going to be the difference, and I think the difference is substantial in what we've seen in a year. Our arrests were up 91%, our traffic stops were up 80%, our traffic citations were up 40%, and those are some of the things that are consistently highlighted in our Key Biscayne community surveys, that there's not enough traffic control, not enough presence or traffic enforcement. So just to highlight it, there was a lot of time and effort put into this report. I really hope our residents take the time to read it and look at it. and see the work that the officers are doing, because they are doing exceptional work, considering the staffing issues and the amount of projects that we are dedicated to.
And this is going to be on the website.
It's going to be on the website. I'm pretty sure Tony's going to ask for a copy of it.
And we should highlight it in other places.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Any questions on the police chief's report? Seeing none, let's go to the beach park design and concept, which requires us to give them a go-ahead.
Order, but this one, this legislative package, I recommend everybody take a look at. I want to congratulate the staff for that. That's a tremendous effort that they've done here with the Army Corps and getting all this funding and positioning us. I think that in no small measure, these guys have done great, and congratulations to the staff.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
This is I'm glad you mentioned that. This is the payoff of paying attention to the details.
Yes, sir.
And the manager and I went to DC. We pushed the envelope, and
Thank you for that.
It was a successful trip. They're not always successful, but
Very true.
So we'll take the W while we
Thank you
can.
for all the effort.
All right, so what we have before you is the beach park designs and how they've been progressing. So with the bulk of the work being done in and around the existing pavilion. So this is what we're looking at for phasing and scope. And depending on how funding progresses down the road with capital funds, we'll adjust this. You know, this could be everything from an all-in project to broken up into as many as 4 phases. So colors might be a little bit hard to see, but basically the area on the beach side of the pavilion is not in contract. There have been improvements done there through regular maintenance of improving the turf. The phase 1 concentrates on the buildings. So rebuilding, reconstructing the restrooms, and opening up the pavilion, which means removing the current sort of room that's in the middle of it, plus circulation around it. And by necessity includes some hardscape improvements because the new restrooms have to be elevated. No ramps per se, but some sloping and things done with the landscape. And then phase 2 would potentially include some additional hardscape and really focus on the splash pad. With phase 3 being the playground equipment and phase 4 being regrading of some of the turf area that's to the right when you're walking in through the alley of trees. So that's the overall phasing plan. So that shows zoomed out a bit more, showing phase 4 with the regrading area. So that also includes phase 1 is the entry gate. So this is the design currently. So the idea is to work with the architecture of the existing building to create a column with a sign overhead and create more of a moment when you're passing through there. That's something we heard from council previously. And then the playground equipment, this is a new form that we're working with, a company called Landscape Forms, which is great stuff. It's natural wood material and pretty innovative play material. So this is the rendering looking with the splash pad, the playground equipment on the right, and looking towards the pavilion. And you can see the restrooms off to the left there. And that's what the playground equipment looks like. And this view coming from the pavilion looking back towards the entrance. And then the view looking towards the beach from the pavilion. So this is the overall cost as well as the phase cost. So this is what we'll develop phasing based on future funding.
Ms. McCormick, question.
Yes. So my first question is if you could go back to the gate. I have a question about the sign. Is there a reason we've gone away from our signage is typically the stone small plaque on the ground, because we're not big on signs and have like this whole issue with sign ordinance and everything. Is there a reason we went with this big over the top, literally?
I mean, this was feedback directly from council that we.
Maybe I
focused on
was in
this.
the bathroom or
But-
something. I don't
but-
remember that.
I mean, I think there's two approaches though, because I think you can do the entry feature without the signage and still have it be more of a moment at entry, right? Like the fact that we have an improved column with an architectural feature on one side, with a nicer gate, with a curve. I
Yeah,
think
all of
there's
that looks
yeah,
lovely. I just don't love the sign.
just the sign, yeah.
Yeah, everything else I see as an absolute improvement, and I see what you're trying to do, but I'm not a big fan of the big sign.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I don't know if I'm alone on that. I had
Mr.
one
Moss,
other.
and then-
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I had one other. If you could go to the slide where you're in the pavilion looking at the beach. Are you doing away then with the wall, the like knee wall?
The knee wall on that side, oh, I have to check. I know we're doing away with some of the knee walls. I think the one on this side, let me check.
'Cause, I mean, so the beach is beyond. You're standing in the pavilion, looking out, and like that patio has that sort of little wall around the edge.
Some people use it to sit.
Yeah, some people sit on it.
Mhm.
It does it when you're having a party inside. It feels nice that it's sort of
All some
defined,
issues, yeah.
but I don't know that it looks very nice without it as well.
I know there's a portion of it that we're demoing because we have new grading.
Okay.
That's gonna, because we're handling with the slopes. But I don't
Well, and it
know,
looks
I know
like you
where,
shouldn't
it
really-
wraps around in the front. I'm just not exactly familiar with exactly the extent of where the demo of the wall is
Okay.
gonna be.
I mean, I could make a case for either way. I was just curious.
Okay, finished?
Yes, done.
Mr. Moss?
Yeah, I mean, look, they look really nice, and maybe more than what I was expecting, but I mean, it's a nice upgrade. When it comes to costs, I think all of us, and Ed, I don't know if you're paying attention, but
What was
they're saying it's 1.955.
Oh, I heard what they said.
And I think we all know that that's not going to be the landing number. It ticks up constantly, right? So, expect to pay higher north of that number, I think. It may be different, but I haven't seen any of them hit it on target or go down. That's for sure. So if the council's will is to move forward, just expect that this is going to be a little bit more expensive than I think $2 million at the end of the day. The only thing that I brought up when we met was the bathrooms. We went from two bathroom houses that have 2 toilets in each, and they went down to 2 family bathrooms. So there's only 2 toilets out there instead of 4 that were there before. I think I think Todd said that with the use they have, that might be enough. But I'm kind of person that hates going to big restaurants and there's 2 toilets there. You're like, man, I mean, it's like one gets, someone goes in there and starts changing or doesn't. Everybody's waiting. So I don't know if we're gonna put this money in. Are we gonna just put 2 toilets in, or maybe put 3 in? I don't know. And they could be unisex, all 3 of them, or whatever. But or one can be a family and 2 normal ones on the side or something like that. But something just to think about if we're going to do that, because right now we're limiting down to 2 toilets.
Mr. Planner, any questions on that?
No, just that the overall design wouldn't significantly change. That building would get a little bit longer and a little more expensive for adding that additional bathroom. So I don't think adding it would. I think if we're seeking sort of a general approval of the design concept, so
Okay, so
I don't.
so
I
we're
don't think
not
it would
in the
be-
weeds yet.
Yeah, yeah. I think
Sure?
that's still an option.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we've selected some. We've reviewed a preliminary site plan, including
Let me
planting.
ask your director of parks, comments on the bathroom use, please?
They've involved me in the entire process.
Right, but as to Councilmember Moss's comments of usage, or do we have enough, is the question.
I'll take a look and make sure.
Okay.
and work with Jeremy and Colleen, who've included me in the entire process as we.
All right.
I'll be
Mr.
able
Moss,
to.
you want to talk to him
let
too?
me- Let me talk to some users and get some direct
Or
feedback.
maybe we have like some changing rooms outside because I just see someone going in there to change and they're with their friends and whatever, and
Or they
someone
go
needs to
in
use the
there- they go
bathroom
in
and
there with
everybody's
a-
sitting there waiting. Right?
Change a
So-
baby, change a diaper.
Or change a bite. Yeah. So sometimes it's good to have that third one just in case it frees one up or whatever.
I was thinking about that too. Is it possible to do some sort of like changing rooms outside, like little stalls, not even the door to the bottom, or
Yeah.
do they all have to be like hurricane resistant, anything you put there?
I don't think so. I think you could do outdoor, like little wood. Could be kind of cool.
I think so too, like really like retro beachy.
You can even put showers in there too.
So I
Shower
think
change.
the option would be,
I was
something like that would be
body
probably need to be located over near the showers.
Yeah.
As a separate.
That's fine. That's
separate
where you'd
thing.
probably change too anyways.
Okay, so we're
We
still.
can look into that.
At 60% design. When will you come back?
I think we'd be coming back, the next time we'd be coming back is for funding, for capital funding.
Okay,
And
at
present the
what
final.
level? With that 100% design?
Yeah, probably, because we'll have more
And how
firm
long will
cost
that take?
numbers. Check the schedule is on the next slide.
Capital funding for construction.
Yeah, so here we
August?
are, where we've been on community engagement. So we expect to finish design in May, based on our current schedule, and then we'd be going through procurement and potentially phase one construction, because we already do have some money set aside for the park.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Okay.
Mayor, on the agenda, it lists as a motion to approve. I think the administration wanted the blessing of council before proceeding.
All right.
I'll move it.
Second.
Moving to second. The discussion on the item? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Motion carries.
Let's go to mayor and council members. Madam Clerk.
Mayor and council members discuss solutions to the life safety concerns due to heavy traffic caused by Virginia key events. Councilmember Moss.
Yeah, and I think that this may kind of bleed right into the next discussion too. I think Mayor, you put one on there, very similar. But we've
Chief.
Yeah, so we've been having, obviously everybody knows, heavy traffic, especially when events and beach and nice weather and all that kind of stuff, and we see it backed all the way past Mashta now for hours, and it's taken a lot of people to get through there. And obviously, even my concern, but I hear it from other people, but I also thought, man, if somebody's having a heart attack and we got to get them to the hospital, what are we doing in this instance, right? So that was number one. And then the second thing is that if these events are help creating this issue, I would think that the county would have some type of responsibility to limit how many they can have, because I don't know if this is unlimited amounts that they can have events there every weekend. But obviously, there's one way in, one way out. This is a county road, and we are county residents, and I think there's an obligation to ensure safety. And I understand that events do happen and traffic will happen every once in a while, but I don't know if there's any restrictions to that. So, first question is, what plans do we have in place for life safety?
Well, let me take Mr. Lang to answer that piece, and then we'll get back with you.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Moss, I know it's a concern. A lot of people in the community have expressed a concern about, what do we do if there's traffic? Right now, if we had an emergency and we were transporting a medical emergency, we're going to get to one of the local hospitals, Jackson, University of Miami, Mercy Hospital, probably pretty quickly, because there's not a lot of traffic. 5 p.m., there's going to be some traffic. 6 p.m., there's going to be some traffic. And clearly on a Saturday or Sunday, when we have traffic on the key from people come to our beaches and wanting to leave at that time, is going to be a delay. We've mitigated this for many, many years. It's not the first time we've had traffic. We've had road construction. Things have occurred. I will say that we have a very strong relationship
The police chief, the manager, and myself will talk very quickly after an incident occurs. The first thing on our mind is if we need additional units here, can they get here? And simultaneously, we're asking, can we transport if need be? Our personnel are usually aware of what's occurring, and we make an assessment based on every patient, every incident of if we are transporting, do we need a helicopter? Can we drive? What's the condition of the patient? It looks impossible when there's a traffic jam, but even though we are in Miami, people do get out of the way when they hear sirens, and it makes transport slower. Trying to mitigate that is always a concern, and honestly, every situation is different, and we make a judgment call based on that. The last thing I'll say, the helicopter is a resource if it's available, and we have to make a judgment call to call for a helicopter for medical evacuation, essentially, and we have to make a decision to land it in a safe place, which is a big deal, because we have to evacuate the area. We've landed a helicopter last time I recall was at St. Agnes, and we potentially have to wait for the helicopter to get here. And so we're making a judgment call on how long is it going to take to get to the hospital, and we have modalities and treatments that we do while we're en route. So these are all decisions that we make, and ideally, prevention is the key, and we want to be able to get there quickly.
So again, Mr. Lang, you can reassure 15,000 people on Key Biscayne that if we have issues on the worst day, we have the ability to get people out. Yes or no?
100%. I'm confident.
How long have you been doing this?
Been the fire chief for almost 12 years.
Yeah, and before that?
I've been here, this is my 30th year.
So how many times have you been able to get people out of here under those circumstances?
Every time we have an emergency, we're able to transport people to the hospital. Every weekend, every holiday, whether the bridge has been open or closed, just the bottom line is we find a way to accomplish our mission every time.
Okay. Yes.
I'm wondering, one component here, what about, and this is kid on the block, trying to understand about unnecessary traffic that's flowing through. You got a lot of folks that are going to Bill Bags.
They're crossing through only to find out they got no parking there and they got to come back. Same thing with the park, same thing with everywhere. I mean, is there a way that we can, through better management and coordination with the county and talking to the folks at the parks, and to see if there's a way that they can give us, a heads up so we can inform, or in this case, it would have to be the county or FDOT that would have to inform the toll people not to go through, that we would eliminate it. I think we could eliminate some traffic. I'm not saying it would be the ideal thing, but if we started to manage the traffic, we've got so many different points, all the way from the toll, all the way to the park here, to the end. We need to begin, and there are intelligent transportation systems that kind of detect through license plates where people are going and what they're doing, and they pay different fees for that. I mean, I think we need to work with the county. I think we need to work with an agency to do that. I don't have the specific answers, but I guess going to the question about the through traffic that needs to find its way back, is there a way that we could do that?
Mr. Manager, do you want to jump in?
You sound like me when I was
muted.
Time.
Worse. You never sounded better, Manager.
You're on mute, Manager. We cannot hear you.
Maybe somebody has to unmute him.
I can step in for the manager just because we've been in a number of meetings. We do have a traffic safety task force that he's kicked off. And just for our residents' edification and knowledge, to Chief Lang's point, I have every single commander's phone number from City of Miami and the county on the causeway, assigned to the causeway. I found out about the plane crash from the City of Commander before I found out from Key Biscayne. So that shows that the communication works. They called right away, and we do communicate. And in essence, you're concerned with the toll. We are looking at avenues with the county to express that. I met with Bill Baggs last week, but just to give some clarity here, the weekend where we had this traffic nightmare that everyone experienced in the village, 30,000 tolls on that, 30,000 cars came through the toll on the causeway that Saturday. 15,100 cars came to Key Biscayne. Only 8,000 left that day. So everybody stayed in the village. The rest of the people stayed in the village. And then
8,000.
only 8,000 of the 15,100 cars that came in left. And on Sunday, it was 23,000 cars came through the toll on the causeway, and 13,000 came into the village, and only 7,000 left.
Is there a way to tell them at the toll booth, hey, Bill Baggs
So
is
that's
closed, the
something
parking is closed?
we're examining in this
Okay.
traffic task force. It's going to require coordination with the county.
Gotcha.
But I've already spoken to the county on the light at UM, trying to come up with better solutions during events. But we had an event this past weekend and there was no traffic.
That's incredible. Huh?
Yeah, is anybody taking data in Key Biscayne of when these things happen, how often they happen, so that we know if they're getting better, they're getting worse? So that's one question. And the other question is that a lot of people don't know we have a master plan. You know, I got all these people writing to us that, oh my God, there's traffic. And I said a lot of it was caused by a lot of people coming off at the same time and left-hand turning into an event. And when you put that combination, and they said, well, you have to do something about it. Well, we've submitted a master plan to the county. The county's working on it right now. But what I was going to get to is that if these things are getting worse, or these events are happening more often, and these traffic is creating issue, can we put some pressure on the county to expedite that master plan a little faster? Because, you know, when there's an emergency, all of a sudden these guys can go down another route that's fast, where when it's not an emergency, it takes like 10 years to get done. So, you know, could we look at that in order to put that pressure on a different avenue? Because if there's going to be more events, there's going to be more problems. And that does, even though we have life safety issues that are solved right now, it would better it, obviously. So those types of, and obviously the convenience for people who live here and it's coming and going. So
We do collect data to answer that question.
Mhm.
It's easily accessible.
Okay.
And we are working through the traffic task force to work with the county on the master plan, and I'm sure those are things we're going to examine further.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, I think.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, to respond to Councilmember Moss.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the master plan. So, I mean, there's two things about the master plan I think are important to know right now. One, the county just hired the consultant so that we can begin to move out with the design. Jeremy is on that team. We're pushing him very quickly. But I think we have to realize that's not going to solve problems anytime soon. So what's important and why, and you heard Chief mention it, why we put together this transportation traffic solutions task force is really to begin to look at solutions now. Obviously, long term, Jeremy and I are working out with the county. Short term, we have to address it now.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm with you, Councilmember Moss. I also have stressed the need for the manager and the police chief to get all the data that we can. We need to know, you know, how many cars can go into Crandon Park? How many cars can go into Hobie Beach? We need to know how many cars are going into Bill Baggs Park, and it's funny. There's no clear answers here because, as the chief just stated, last week there was an event, sizable event at Virginia Key, and that made no difference really to our traffic pattern that particular day. Everybody says it's all the city of Miami, and sometimes it is, but sometimes it isn't. But assembling that data is super important so that at least we know these are the peak times, these are the problem areas. When you have this tipping point, all of a sudden, we need to get more information out. And I think that's what I've heard from a lot of people on the island is, please, we know you can't solve all this problem, but at least give us the information so that we know, from 5 to 7 on these days. And I think you got to know is what's a beach day, beach day versus a cloudy day. Did the Calle Ocho have something to do the other day with, we had less people out here? I don't know. As much information as we can amass, the better we can inform our citizens of what's going on and give them a little bit more assurances as to, hey, if you need to get out, this is probably a good window now to get out. Okay, I think that covered 1 and 2.
Discussion on issues affecting property and casualty premiums and non-renewal of policies.
Yes,
Mayor
so
Roscoe.
I've received word that a number of condos on Key Biscayne have been non-renewed, and so I'm going to work on that issue. The manager and I are going to be meeting with some insurance companies and trying to talk them through some of the issues. I think that in order to improve our risk, and here's a man knows, improve our risk, we let them know what we're doing, what's going on with our infrastructure program, and hopefully something good can come out of this. So we're not standing still. We're moving forward to try to help these condos. And I understand there are 10 condos that have this issue, and the manager is assembling that information so that we can hopefully come up with a plan to help out.
So I
Yes,
think
sir.
that basically, depending what the capacity is for reinsurance, will determine what's going to happen. And that's pretty much up in the air right now. But it will be, I guess rates will be coming out soon, the capacity will be there. And depending what the insurance companies can reinsure, that's what they're going to have policies for.
Yeah. But obviously, having these many condos with this kind of problem is
I
something.
mean, basically, you're going to have all surplus lines carriers who are going to be able to charge what they want, under conditions they want, and you're not going to have a lot of choices.
Yeah. Okay. Know that we're trying to work on something. Next item.
Discussion item on code enforcement of dogs on the beach. Mayor Roscoe.
Right. I'm getting a lot of calls from Mr. Vernon and a lot of people on the beach. This problem has really gotten out of hand, and I don't know if you all get the same complaints, but I'm getting them left and right. I'm getting pictures. There's very, very clear pictures of dogs, and they're not all service animals. So there's all kinds of dogs that shouldn't be out there. This is an enforcement issue, obviously, and between you and Parks, I think this is something that we need to address to see. Obviously, we can't have a policeman there all 100% of the time, but there's got to be some ways that we can improve this situation. Police Chief?
Yes, so I'm getting the same complaints that everyone here is getting, and we have increased our patrols on the beach, and I'm getting the same photos. I've been out to the beach personally myself 3 times in the last week. I've only encountered one dog in the times that I've gone out, and it was one of our residents, and I advised them of the rule. I can tell you that a lot of the photos that are being taken are during sunset times, which is difficult for us because that's often our shift change time. Now with the time change, it'll help. We just encourage our residents to keep calling, and it's part of our daily proactive patrol. But I also want to remind our residents what you said. A large number of the animals that we do encounter on the beach are service animals, and we're extremely restricted by law on what we can ask. So I think there's a misunderstanding in the general public on that. There's only 2 things we're allowed to ask by law, and we're not allowed to ask what service they perform. We're not allowed to ask for paperwork. So just so our residents are aware, because those are a lot of the comments I've been receiving on the complaints.
Okay.
Maybe we should have since people want to walk their dogs on the beach, say before 8 o'clock in the morning, they can walk their dogs on the beach.
Well, then you're dealing with the water quality issues. Do you trust people to pick up after them?
Yeah, I do. Hobie Beach, they will have the dogs on the beach. And other beaches have dogs on the beach all over. So I don't think it's a big water quality issue.
Hobie Beach always has
It'd
the
be a
worst
nicer
water.
world if we could trust.
Right.
The experience in the village generally hasn't been great. I think it's better. Like a lot of things, education and reinforcement of good behavior helps.
But I think, obviously, a lot of people would like to walk their dogs on the beach.
Yeah.
And nobody's on the beach at that time in the morning. So why not consider that?
All right, well, let's think about that, but in the meantime, let's go on to the next item.
Discussion on the status of the vision plan. Councilmember Moss.
Thank you. So, I just want to give you guys an update on the vision plan, and I want to respond to some of the stuff that was said today. First, I want to make it very clear of why I deferred this item in January. And it was not because people came to the podium asking it to be deferred to have more time. That is not why I deferred it. I deferred it because, number one, I never looked at it to approve that it was ready to go on the agenda. The administration put it on the agenda without saying, hey, council member, are you okay with this? Is this ready to go? I did not give the green light to put it on. So it made it on there. And I understand that, they're trying to move stuff, push stuff, but it was a mistake because it was not the final version. Okay, so that was the reason why I said this has to be deferred. Why was it not the final version? Because there were many items still that the board asked to add into it, to remove, and to clarify in the document that had not been done, and it was not proofread. So I asked for that to be deferred. I've been working with Jeremy diligently for the last 2 months. We were going page by page, item by item, going through, making sure that it was all proofread, that the things that the board has been asking since April of last year all the way up to September, that those things were in the document or out of the document of what they wanted, and we had done that. And I can tell you that since yesterday, we have that version that I say it's ready to go now. This has everything in it. Some of the stuff I want to touch base, and I'm glad that, people are interested. They're showing up. I mean, we've had many meetings and many public meetings for many years, and, I wish that more people have shown up that are interested now. They were interested then to come and listen to what we were speaking about. But that being said, there is no increase in density in this document. So people continue to say that. The confusion that people are having about, but there's some units that they're talking about on Fernwood. The planner was looking at the entire block area, and there are residential units that exist there today, and they spread them out differently. So that is not adding any units. And we made sure in the document that it said that if anybody would add any units, you would have to remove them from somewhere else because there's no additional density, and we're very clear, and the board wanted that in there for a long time. And it is extremely clear now when you read it. What people don't understand is that what can be built there today is what is a bit scary, especially when you start increasing the height because of FEMA requirements that we have no control of. And what we're trying to do is protect the characteristics of Key Biscayne in this document. We're not trying to build bigger. I don't know anybody who wants to build bigger, and I don't know anybody who wants to increase density here. So we're trying to protect it so that if somebody decides to ever come here and redevelop in our commercial districts, we want to make sure that the things that are important to us in Key Biscayne, our characteristics, are incorporated into those designs. Traffic studies were mentioned. We don't do traffic studies and vision plans. These are solutions that are ideas that we can think about. We don't hire engineers at this point. These are not the solution. They're just saying we need to look in these areas because there's a traffic problem. A roundabout was one solution that they put in the plan, but that doesn't mean we have to do a roundabout. And we would have to vet all that through an engineer and a traffic study before we ever get to that point. So that's just a possibility. The other thing, I think somebody said that council members said that they were supporting that plan in January. I did not hear a single council member saying they were going to support that in January, and I would not have support that document in January. And none of the board members that were on the vision board would have supported that plan that ended up there on January that should not ever have been on there in the first place. There was a quote by Fausto Gomez that was taken out of context. He talked about on page 47 that we would be building bigger and closer to the street and taller. That quote actually is quoting what the code can allow to do today. It's not telling you what's in this vision plan. It's saying that today they can be able to do that, and that's what we want to protect against. So you have to read the whole document, and you would see that that's what it says. On top of it, I cannot understand the tie between the HB bill and that we have in the regulations to the vision plan, because the vision plan, number one, is not a mandate. It's not anything, any regulation. It's not changing anything in code or anything like that. And I have no idea how any of that can connect us to this bill to basically scare people like, oh my God, something's going to happen. If that happens, it has nothing to do with the vision is there or not. What this is, and people need to understand what the vision plan is, it's only a guide. It's a guide for council members' policy. So I know that people are afraid of word implementations. And by the way, we will clarify that. And the reason why I want to clarify it is because I want to make sure our administration understands this is not a plan for them to implement.
Right.
This is a plan for council members, policymakers to look at, and then we can determine our priorities and our strategic initiatives of what we want to then direct our administration to do based off of that. We use these as guides only. So yes, that will be clarified, but I think all of us up here understand that this is a policy tool. This is not an action plan for people to work on. So I wanted to kind of clear a little bit of that up. Where are we today? We have a plan that I think that I have reviewed, and I say it is ready. I could pass this now. I mean, whenever this is ready to go, whenever council's willing, it can come to the next council meeting. It's open for the public to review it. I think that Jeremy should send, and the administration should send something out to alert everybody that this is where you can download it, this is where you can read it, because I think the community should go ahead and read a final document, not a old, unfinished document that they're making a bunch of information from, which I understand, but that was not the document to do that. So now we have that document to do that. So I don't know what the will of the council is, but I think we have a plan that we can start moving forward with, and I think all of you should review it closely too and make sure there's not any other changes you guys want to make.
Mr. Kaplan.
Well, thank you for that revisitation of recent history. Had you not pulled that item in January, I most certainly would have. I suspect all of us would have. The document that came forward in January elicited in all of us very substantial criticisms. I think it's probably fair to say that when we read it, it's certainly fair to say when I read it, I was rather aghast because I thought the textual presentation was really deficient. In looking at it compared, for example, to the 2020 plan or the 95 introduction to the substantive elements in the comprehensive plan or earlier planning work, it just didn't meet the bar. And I think what happened as a result, after being disappointed, we commented. We gave our criticisms, which were numerous and substantive. We've been working in parallel tracks, although obviously we don't talk about this, sunshine, but I've given my comments. I'm going to follow up, I hope, with Jeremy next week and do a page turn from the beginning to the end on this new version, which I've not read yet, but I will. And I hope and trust that the things that I think we've all observed, but that I've shared by way of criticisms will be baked into this. And it will be at the end what you just summarized, which would be a continuation of what we've done very well throughout the history in the village, which is envision, identify problems, and envision trends that are discernible, that are knowable, that are either feared or suspected, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis, and try to envision what we can feasibly do to create a better future. In fact, the best possible future. That's what this is, as were all of its predecessors. What we might consider to be misreadings and criticisms that we've heard repeatedly, including tonight, were absolutely predictable from that January draft. I think we all read it the same way as some of the critics that we heard from at the podium tonight. So we'll finish this off.
Okay.
I just wanted to say thank you for the work that you did and the committee, but also for your very, very well-spoken and clear description of what has transpired and where we are now and what this document is. And I kind of hope that our communications person isn't here, but I hope we get some video of what you just said and make some kind of PSA out of it, because I think you did a really good job. And unfortunately, at this hour, I'm not sure who else is still watching us.
Thank you. Ms.
I got my
Lundberg.
first call this morning at 7:30. 3 gentlemen called me at the same time, all got together. Their whole thing was it's going to be adopted and implemented. And I said, basically, we're receiving it. As Brett said, this becomes a guide. This is what the council looks at. And I think if we change the language, instead of adopted and implemented, we receive it. Work product, beautiful job, great. We'll refer to it as we go forward in the council. And I think that will relieve a lot of the stress that a lot of people have.
Yeah.
That's all.
I know that Jeremy offered to have another workshop, so I think that's how, without it being cast in stone, I'd say he offered a workshop on the new version, obviously, and that would take place.
Not the version. The version.
The newer, yes. And so that would take place sometime in April, and then possibly we could look at this document in May.
So we are.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, so I could just clarify, when you say workshop, our intent is to do community workshop, or do you mean with the council workshop?
Community.
No, community workshop.
Community
workshop.
Okay.
Community
that's
meeting.
what my
Yeah.
question was. I just
Yeah.
wanted to confirm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think that sets us in the right direction. Seeing any other conversation for the good of the order here?
Move to adjourn.
I have a motion to move to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. We are adjourned.
6 minutes left.